going on, loungers? Thanks for joining us on another episode of the Retic Lounge. Lucas here with our other co-host Nathan, and we are happy to be bringing you some really good stuff in today's episode.
Arguably my most anticipated episode.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely for me too. So like when me and Nathan were trying to come up with episodes to record, because that's a lot harder than you think after 42 episodes. Nathan wanted to break down the history of reticulated pythons, but it was just a lot of information to gather, and we were going to like record that night. And so we kind of ditched it because we also didn't want to be idiots who are just reading through Google and sound like morons. But so we're using information from Glen McClellan. We are having him on, and we are going to do a 3-part segment of the history of reticulated pythons. And, I'm stoked for it.
Yeah, me too. Let's jump right in. I think we have quite a bit of information that we need to break down. Should we also mention that this isn't going to be the only episode breaking down the history of reticulated pythons?
Yeah, 3 segments.
Yep.
We'll let Glenn break that down. But before we go ahead and bring him on, for those of you still supporting, still watching, thank you. Want to just remind you guys, subscribe if you want to know when our episodes come out. They are Friday or Wednesday for early access. If you're on Patreon, hit the notification bell on YouTube. And if you are listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts for this episode, I'm going to highly encourage you to hit pause right now, go onto YouTube and watch it, because we're going to have a presentation with a bunch of great information on there. Whether you've poured your heart and soul into your reptile business or you've just begun your business journey, AE Foundry has you covered with next-level expertise in graphic design, motion graphics, videography, photography, and so much more. If you've been dying for a new logo for your reptile business, motion graphics for your current logo, a new website, or need assistance making your video podcast come to life, then listen carefully. AE Foundry's mission places storytelling at its core. AE Foundry believes that a distinctive story and background are the driving forces that set your brand apart. In today's market, consumers seek more than just products. They crave a connection built on trust with the brands they cherish. AE Foundry is committed to empowering small businesses and fostering authenticity that resonates with their consumers. Reach out to them and let them help you craft a visual narrative that helps establish a genuine and lasting connection with your audience. To contact AE Foundry, email them at aromero@aefoundry.com or on Instagram at AE Foundry. When it comes to housing your retics, trust me, you're going to want an enclosure that will be just as strong and durable as your reticulated python. The Heartland Reptile Enclosure is next level tough and will outlive you and your retic by several generations. Heartland Reptile Enclosures are designed and manufactured out of powder-coated aluminum to provide the highest quality and longevity available in the reptile enclosure. What makes them even better is they are lighter than your PVC and plastic enclosures out there and are extremely tough. Stop playing around with plastic enclosures for your large constrictors and step up your enclosure game with the Heartland Reptile Enclosure. To inquire about one of these enclosures, speak to Jordan himself at Heartland Reptiles on Instagram, Facebook, and on TikTok. Here on TRL, we preach about the importance of using hooks, feeding tongs, and other tools with your reticulated python all the time. Animal Equipment by Stoney not only has all the tools you need for any snake you keep, but they have the absolute best hooks on the market. What sets Animal Equipment by Stoney's hooks apart from the other guys is their polycarbonate hook ends that provide a warm feel that won't disturb or bother your retic, ensuring a positive interaction from the get-go. Since 2008, AE Stoney has been supplying zoos, herpetologists, and other animal professionals with their tools. It's time for you to step your hook game up and buy an AE Stoney hook. To learn more and purchase one of their amazing products, visit aestoney.com. There he is.
Hey.
Hello. That was such a wonderful intro.
Yeah, we botch them up all the time. Are you talking about yours?
Mine, yeah. I feel like I need to go wash someone's feet now to be humble again.
What's going on, man?
Oh, happy to be here. Honored to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, we're happy to have you. We've talked here and there about getting you on with all the stuff that you're doing, but I don't want to tell people about that. So why don't you go ahead and tell people about you?
Yeah, so basically my name is Glen McClellan. That's the most interesting thing about me. Right now I am finishing up my degree in biology, and for my senior thesis I am studying the dwarf and superdwarf subspecies Python reticulatus championus, and hopefully by the end of the year I'll have some version to publicly share. So hopefully that's on the way. We'll see. And this is kind of a little appetizer, if you will, of what is to come. This specifically will be examining the history of reticulated pythons in captivity. We're going to be breaking it down into different eras, and those will be different episodes. But tonight we are going to be focusing on reticulated pythons in captivity from the 1700s to the 1970s. The next episode is really going to be about their introduction into herpetoculture, and then the final episode hopefully will be dedicated only to dwarf and super dwarfs. So for those of you who are obsessed with them like I am, you might only want to watch that episode, or you could watch all three. I love to talk and love to talk about these snakes, so I hope to see you there.
Let's talk about you and these snakes real quick. Yes. How many do you have at home, Glenn?
I only have two.
All right. And
2 retics.
No.
Yeah. Just 2 snakes?
2 snakes at all. I have 1 ball python and then a wild caught male Calatoa.
First retic.
First retic, yeah.
Man, this guy just went in and jumped in like the 90s.
Yeah, it's very telling that that's how I went and did it first.
So I want to ask you a question real quick.
Yes,
how did you convince your professors to allow you to do a thesis on something that they're like, wait, excuse me, what?
So shout out to Dr. David Marcy. We lovingly refer to him as the fly guy. He studies fruit fly genetics. So originally I was a part of his lab investigating a novel transgene on the dorsal ventral midline of Drosophila melanogaster's eye. There we go. And then
you could have said that backwards and I'd still be like, yep.
Yeah. So
I just saw Lucas and I nodding our heads like, mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a very specific project, but it was genetics, so I was interested in that. One day I was talking to him about what my role would be in the lab for the upcoming semester, and I started talking about these snakes for some reason, because apparently that's all I know how to talk about. And essentially he said, if you want to go do this, do this. So I am very thankful that he entrusted me enough to partake on it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it through and hopefully disseminating that information.
Yeah, that's awesome that you had someone that is willing to back you up like that.
Shout out to Fly Guy.
Yeah. For those of you that haven't talked to Glenn before or anything, I mean, I've been talking to Glenn now for pretty close to a year, I would say. Yeah, no, you're definitely sorry. But he, if you guys knew the amount of people he's reached in this country, out this country, and so just the amount of information that he's going to be bringing with these 3 segments, I'm excited because I actually, like, when Glenn sent me this presentation, I went on YouTube, I went on Google, I started looking for like history of retic stuff, and I don't think, like, with the 3 segments that are going to be on here, I don't think there's a more comprehensive single source information out there. So this is definitely, I think, going to be, for those of you nerds out there, right, or geeks, I should say, this is going to definitely be one that is going to be good.
Yeah. And this is all pulled straight from ChatGPT, by the way.
No, in talking about doing this episode, there was a point where I was down with some health issues and I was just going through whatever books I could find that dealt with just, large constrictors or just reptile history, that kind of thing. And some of the information that you're going to bring up in these episodes are from some of my favorite books, and just compiled very nicely. I think
that brings up a great point. Maybe for a Patreon only video, Nathan and I could do like a book club or a book review. I think that would be fun.
That would be cool, because it's crazy. I don't read. Like my ADHD is bad.
it
I
shows.
have to read the same. Damn you. I have to read the same paragraph like over and over for my brain for it to stick. And so, but yet like my favorite store to go to is like Barnes and Nobles. Like I want to be able to read so much, but so yeah, you guys doing that could fill me in.
Well, and he took it to another level. Like I'm reading about some of these price lists and other things, like just little pieces, artifacts from, the history of like the late 90s, early 80s of reptile keeping, and he has them in his hand. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I'm like, I need this in my life. This is on another level.
We were talking about it on our last Patreon live Zoom meeting, and this guy just like Nathan's talking about like these cool pictures in the book, and Glenn's like, you mean these? He literally found them on eBay and got them. Pretty cool stuff, especially for someone who's only kept one retic. And let me actually ask you, I know that you're fascinated. You obviously picked your thesis to do it. You've compiled so much information. You're working on an amazing book that you are going to be publishing.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it'll happen. I think it's a really good, what at least you've told me. But like, where and when did your even like passion for retics start?
Oh, yes. I love this. So when I was growing up, and this is very telling of my generation versus those who came before me, but I lived vicariously through people like Steve Irwin, Jeff Corwin, Austin Stevens through a television. I wasn't going out in my backyard and catching garter snakes, gopher snakes, king snakes, anything like that. I would catch the occasional alligator lizard. Those things are mean. But I did not have a background growing up in field herping. So I believe the first time I saw a reticulated python was on Austin Stevens' Snake Master, and he went out into Borneo in search of a man-eating python and found it, and it tried to bite his face off.
That's awesome.
And for some reason, I said,
That's the snake I want.
snake, yeah. And then throughout the years, people have been very generous to me, showing me their collections, and then once again, living vicariously through those online.
That's the ultimate form of self-control. Lucas always praises me for keeping my collection small, but you've done the ultimate amount of research before getting into this species.
Yeah, let's write a book before you get the snake.
Jeez. I feel shameful.
You should.
All right, Glenn, you ready to jump in?
I am so ready to jump in head first.
Nathan, you ready?
Concrete.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, give me 5 minutes. Hold up. No, all right, let's go. All right.
Brought to you by VivTech.
Brought to you by VivTech.
Okay, so as I had previously said, this presentation and then episode will be discussing the history of reticulated pythons in captivity. One of the big things I want to give as a warning is that this is a very Eurocentric presentation. Obviously, the Southeast Asian people have been interacting with these snakes for probably tens of thousands of years, and Europeans interacting with these snakes is 300 years old.
Yeah.
But because...
I was going to say, we always know that white people history is definitely not always like 100% history.
Yeah. So just because of the written culture in Europe, all of this has been written down, obviously, and recorded, and then shared even 300 years later. So that's why this information is presented in the manner that it is. Obviously, if I had sources from 10,000 years ago, I would share them. Unfortunately, I don't. Okay, so on the next slide here, we can talk about the different eras that I'm defining for their captive history. I broke it up into 6 different eras. The 2 eras that we will be discussing tonight are the 1700s to the 1940s, and then the 1940s to the 1970s. And then, as I had spoke about in the intro, we'll be discussing these other eras in other episodes. So the reason why they're broken up into this is that the 1700s to the 1940s is really characterized by the introduction of reticulated pythons to the West and to science. And then in the 1940s to the 1970s, they are introduced in a meaningful way to America. And then in the 70s and 90s, you have their introduction into herpeticulture. In the 90s to 2000s, you have the morph craze. And then the 2000s to 2014 was the world's first craze. And then 2014 to present, what?
No, I mean, I just like you're spot on. Like world's first craze. I mean, we're still even fading out of that a little bit.
Oh, I lived it. I'll find some photos of like they're all yellow snakes, but they have 6 base mutations in them. But it's world's first.
I interrupted you. What's the last phase?
Oh, I forgot. No, 2014 to present is the Lacey Act, and then the rebirth of dwarf and super dwarfs into essentially a mainstream audience in captive reptile trade.
Yeah. I like how you say the reintroduction, because these things have been around forever, for a long time.
And I think people are starting to know that more, but because they've been so popularized in the last few years, which I think is fantastic. Anything that's not a ball python, I love mine, but let's be honest, there's 3,000 snake species or something like that. So there's room for one subspecies of reticulated python into the captive reptile trade. So
yeah, 100%.
And it is far more responsible to own a dwarf or super dwarf than to own a mainland.
Without a doubt.
Far easier to responsibly own, yes.
That's a good clarification.
That's a very good point, because there are people out there that are keeping them great. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we said that on this podcast a bunch of times. And I love, I'm a locality guy, not so much a super dwarf or a mainland guy. And so even the big localities I love. But yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Okay, so we can go to the next slide and start this little introduction.
All right.
So the ever handsome gentleman on your right is
striking.
No, it's actually your dad. That's why it's in black and white.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The handsome gentleman on the right is Johann Schneider. He is the first to officially record and name reticulated pythons. You can
named them like Joey, Barbara, or like he came up with the name reticulated python.
I think one was called Your, and the second one was called Your Mom, or just Mom.
Oh, so wait, so you're saying he really named them like names?
No. So
look at the slide, Lucas.
Dude, I'm looking on a little tiny MacBook screen. I can't read that shit.
Even wearing glasses.
I'm asking a clarifying question. I would like the answer, sir.
So no, if you're following the Linnaean classification of binomial nomenclature, so genus and species, Schneider was the first to record them.
He named them.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Even though they've had a name in the Southeast Asian countries for probably thousands of years, it's Ular Sangka Kembang. Someone who speaks Indonesian can correct me on that, but as a very gringo pronunciation, that's what I can offer.
You're gonna get Indonesian hate mail from how you probably said something really bad.
Yeah, well, I love you guys, so sorry. No, so Johann Schneider was the first person to name the species, and interestingly, it's he broke it up into 2 different species because of the differences in coloration, their heads, and then their pattern. This brings up a very good point, especially when discussing pure localities in captivity. Sometimes you'll see something labeled as a Calatoa, but it is very clearly not a Calatoa. A Mindanao Philippine looks nothing like a Calatoa, and to the untrained eye who hasn't seen all of these localities, it could even be 2 different species. So this is something that it theoretically could even continue today.
Can I ask you a thought? Just while we're talking about identification of localities.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that people can legitimately, like almost accurately all the time, tell the difference between a Calatoa, Madu, Karampa? And I'm not talking about just animals in this country, right?
Ooh, that's very hard then, if you're making that quantifier.
Yeah.
Someone might be able to. I can't. Okay. There are differences in the captive representations of each of those localities, and the very trained eye can see those differences. So like Karampas or Karumpas, whatever you want to call it, they've been called Karampas for so long, I just call them that, have a extremely chaotic neck pattern that probably descends a little bit further than the other 2 super dwarf localities. Madus tend to have a wider back pattern, and then Calatoas are Calatoas. They're the median.
The median.
Yeah,
That's a fair way
a good way to put it.
Yeah.
All right, continue, sir.
Yes, sir. So he broke them up into 2 different species, which was very interesting. A few years later, they got brought back to one. There were a couple different name changes. One was to either boa or python Schneider in honor of Johann here. But eventually in 1826, it was changed to Python reticulatus, where it remained accepted until around 2004, where it changed to Broghammerus reticulatus, and now currently it's Maleo Python.
So are you just being modest, or was that just a list of proposed name changes that you sent me earlier? It was very long, and
Yeah, I did not make that. But
like Broghammer reticulatus.
Broghammerus, yeah. So what's difficult about binomial nomenclature is that I could write a paper tomorrow and call them super dwarf reticulatus, but if no one accepts it, the main organization that does that is the International Taxonomic Integrated System, I think. You can look it up and correct me. But sometimes they will show a specific species name or a specific subspecies name as proposed or accepted. Jampianus is now accepted according to them. Yeah.
It only took so long.
Okay, so here's a question for you guys. Why don't you think that the proper subspecies information is known about within the captive reptile trade for dwarf and super dwarfs?
What do you mean? Can you?
So some people will say only Jampeas are Jampianus because they're talking about the Iulea 2002 paper, but then in Iulea Barker, they clarify and say it's reticulated pythons on Jampea, Coyote, Kalatoa, Madu, Krumpa Lampo, Krumpa Kiti, Kaleo, and Bonarate. But most people don't realize that it's also those other islands. So why do you think that is?
So there's a paper there so there is an updated paper. When was it published?
It's a book. It was published in 2018.
You're talking about the Barker and Barker one?
Pythons of Asia in the Malay archipelago.
Yeah. Okay, and so when now that Jampianus is now established as being, accepted, right? Mm-hmm. Was it using data and information from that resource?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
That's the big question there as well to ask is what paper, what resource were they looking at when they decided to accept the information? But I don't know. I mean, I think, I've definitely seen very, I guess, well-respected people in that community, in the dwarf and super dwarf community have made those type of statements. Maybe a lot of people refer back to that paper and don't realize that there is a much more recent resource available out there. If you want to ask me what the true legit answer is, it's ignorance.
Okay.
It was the same with me. I thought it was originally just Jampianus until I was enlightened with this new resource. I feel that it could definitely be broken down. It could be broken further down.
You're breaking my heart.
I do. You don't?
No.
I think the Karumpa, the Madu, the Kalatoas, I think those could be a subspecies. And I think you put in Coyote and Jampea into Jampianus.
And then Kaleo and Bonarate. But we don't have any of those in captivity.
Yeah, I would need to see what they look like in the pictures.
They're in the middle of, Coyote, Jampea, Kaleo, Bonarate, Madu, Kalatoa.
No, I know where they are. I would need to see an animal from a picture.
I don't even have a photo. I know they exist.
Right.
But
they would have to. It would make no sense that there would be those islands in the middle of Kalatoa and Coyote, and you don't have animals there.
Yeah. I'm curious to see because they're smaller islands. They're definitely not.
They're actually fairly big within that chain.
I'm pulling up.
When you're getting down into there.
Yeah, I'm wondering what
There
Yeah,
is
just
one
being-
fairly small island that I believe Lucas may be referring to.
Possibly, but I'm curious to see where they would take more of the I don't know. I see. I could see it. I mean, when you look at what Australia does with green tree pythons, and don't get me wrong, they're probably very motivated financially to keep things going and research and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I think there's a drastic enough difference between a Jampea and a Karampa to maybe consider it.
Yeah, I see both sides. Like with all the different localities we have in reticulated pythons and just their span, where do we stop in, scientifically seeing something as a different subspecies or not?
Yeah.
Where does it just muddy the waters?
I will say, considering that this is Indonesia, I will say that just the fact that we have Jampianus, Saputrii, and Malayo Python reticulatus, I would say we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. The research hasn't been done elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I think it would be far easier to make a case for Mindanaos to be their own subspecies, or the Malukus.
Oh, well, yeah, I thought we were just talking about that island chain. Of course.
Yeah.
Like, definitely, like, Malukus and the southern part of the Philippine Channel with the Malukus. Yeah, for sure. They look like they have some Sulawesi type of influence, but they kind of break a little bit apart from the evolutionary track that you see. There's a great video on that. That someone's done on just kind of the three main breaks of evolutionary. But anyways, yeah. I mean, there's definitely more subspecies and retics that need to be done.
Yeah, because you guys are very invested in the captive reptile side of things, I was wondering your take, because that's the easiest source of crossover for science and herpetoculture.
I think for the general person getting into reticulated pythons and not looking to make it a business or anything, I think there's a level of research that just doesn't go into it. It's just more, let me keep this animal.
I would rather someone focus on keeping it alive, keeping it well, than knowing what the scientific name is.
Exactly.
Well is definitely the key word there, because it's really easy
if we
to
can
keep
push for
retic alive.
both, though, like that ultimately will end up in better husbandry, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay. So you can click one more, Nathan.
Okay. Maybe.
There we go. Good job. And then something you're going to see time and time again in this presentation is that reticulated pythons were used for their shock factor, because there is nothing more impressive than pulling out a 20-foot snake that could eat you.
I'm sorry, but is that not what we're all doing to a degree still?
Oh, well, you'll see. You just haven't gotten that far in the PowerPoint. Come on.
Okay, sorry.
Come on. Okay, you can go down to the next slide. So this other very handsome gentleman on our right is Albertus Seba. He is my personal hero.
He sounds like he went to Hogwarts.
He was actually the first headmaster. I didn't know you knew that.
Thanks for entertaining me.
You're so welcome. I'm here all night. In that depiction of him, he is holding a lizard in a jar. So reptiles in general were a very specific source of interest for him. So you can hit down a few, Nathan. Thank you, good sir. Okay, so Albertus Seba. That's good. That's good. He knows what he's doing. Good job, Nathan. He probably was the first person to keep them in captivity. I don't know if he was able to if he got them alive, or if he got what's called a holotype. So that's when you're using an example of a dead, specific in this example, snake, to describe it. I don't know which one he had, but the way he got them was through interactions with merchants, sailors, other traders. He was a pharmacist, so he needed, at this time, needed those medicines from the Orient, essentially. Like, that's to use that terminology from the time.
Yeah.
So that's why he had these interactions, and then he had a personal interest in documenting the natural world. So that's why he kept stuff like this.
And that was when? What year? Sorry, again, I can't read.
Yeah. 1665 to 1763 is when he lived.
Cool.
So to give a little bit more historical context. Oh, and that's just something I should have said at the beginning. I know all of this seems very not pertinent, but it all lays the groundwork for where we are today. Without these people's work, we would not have this level of understanding, level of interest of these snakes. So yes, I know we are talking about people from the 18th century, but I think it's important.
Well, this is still just laying the groundwork for the exciting stuff to come.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I know it could be like kind of a boring subject, but still.
No, you're good.
I think if you are passionate about anything, diving into the history is really important, no matter what subject.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, and look at the Green Tree Python world.
Yeah, man, still, yeah. But what at this point, there are so much people out there, like new people wanting to come in and breed and everything. And I mean, let me tell you what, if you definitely want to stand apart from other, this is good shit to know.
I have to give Spencer credit. He posted something the other day on Instagram of like what would set apart a breeder for you. It's his enclosures.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was
like that.
A very good post.
So I didn't see the results when I had clicked on it. I saw that at the time there was like a 12 to 15% increase, or the one winning by about 15% was online presence and respectfulness. That was over enclosures by about 15% or something. But
I actually voted in that earlier today, and the only one closer to enclosures was Rare Genetics and Localities or something.
Oh, so it switched up.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
So, shout out to Spencer.
Yeah,
he's doing it right. We need more people like him doing it right. So,
I mean, he knew the answer to the question.
He inspires people new and old to this industry, and openly, like I see people who I've looked up to saying these are the enclosures that I want to have.
He's doing it. Yeah. He's doing it right. He came in with a bang and didn't shortcut.
Yeah. So we need more people doing that. We don't need more people mass producing mainland reticulated pythons.
Any reticulated
I would much rather
python.
see specifically mainlands, because that.
Sure. I still
on the scale.
I still think a 9-10 foot super dwarf, it can just as easily be neglected.
And not just neglected, not just neglected, but I mean the risk side of behavior, feeding response, and all that kind of stuff. You start mass producing super dwarfs, and you have mom and dad going to, a reptile shop with their 8-year-old kid that's like, ooh, I want one. And now because we're mass producing and have way too many, we're selling them for $300. Yep. And now anyone can get a retic, and even if it's an 8-foot retic, that shit will still light you up if you're not ready for it.
I mean, unfortunately, they have killed people.
Right. Is that in the history?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Trying to be respectful.
That's true.
But
this would be a dark podcast if we were just going over reticulated python deaths throughout history.
That's going to be segment 4.
There's
I
have a folder. Wait.
Comment down below if you want to see segment 4.
No, please don't. Patreon exclusive. No, but back to the point of overproduction. I'm not seeing it to the full extent in super dwarfs right now that we used to see it in like the early 2010s with reticulated pythons. So I'm very pleased with that. But it's something to be cognizant of going forth.
Glenn, you're a smart man. If you don't think that we're getting there, we have to have a talk.
I don't know.
Next slide.
Yeah. No.
Wait. Did we get through all this information?
No. Oh
Yeah.
gosh, no. Okay, so Seba was mostly known for his Wonder Common or Cabinet of Curiosities. There's actually a podcast by Aaron Mankey called Cabinet of Curiosities, so it's a term that is still relevant in the zeitgeist. Basically, Cabinet of Curiosities are a collection of things, to put it very simply. Usually it was a mix of artifacts from the natural world and then cultural artifacts. And then essentially you would have a cabinet or a room, whatever, with all of these different artifacts and come show your friends. So, today that's going into your snake room, showing all your buddies your slightly different snakes.
I have a little
Still very
display
popular.
case of different specimens, skulls, and things like that.
Funko Pops
No, a full-on glass display case.
of your Funko Pops.
Oh, soon to be Funko Pop collection. I'm gonna trade in the skulls. The Gaboon Viper skull can make way for a Mandalorian Funko Pop.
Oh my god, how much longer am I on this podcast for?
2 more
You can go.
segments.
Okay, you can go down a few more.
Okay.
One of my favorite facts about Seba was that one of his entire collection of curiosities was purchased by Peter the Great, the Russian Tsar, in 1716, which speaks volumes about its quality and how recognized he was within this cultural subset that his entire collection got bought out. So after 1716, he started to rebuild his collection, and then you can hit 2 more.
I love
one more.
hearing the
Yeah. Where was Seba from?
The Netherlands, I believe.
Okay.
I love hearing the term collection being used in reference to the 1700s. Like it's just a cool concept.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, gee, Nathan.
blowing the load. I know.
One more.
Yeah. One thing I want to talk about real quick. I don't know if we just didn't get to it yet, but Bolin's pythons.
Oh, my favorite. Where's Ari?
Wait, do you see that on the slide? Because again, it's too small for me.
Yes. So, do I need to read for you?
No, I'm gonna open it up on my phone and I'm gonna follow along. Son of a...
We don't want Lucas to look illiterate this episode.
I just don't want to squint all freaking episode.
It's
I'm
not
like
hard.
leaning into my mic. That's freaking weird.
Well, what was your question about Bolin's pythons?
No,
Sorry.
I'm just impressed. I know even within modern herpetoculture that people have had problems keeping Bolins alive. So I don't know that he necessarily had live specimens because it looks like, he definitely.
Yeah, probably not for those.
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting that people were already collecting Bolins even back in the early 1700s.
Maybe I can find it and send it to you guys after the show, but there is a depiction of Bolin's pythons in his thesaurus, which is the next point. But, even 300 years ago, people were just as obsessed with Bolins as we are now, but he didn't have an Instagram to flex on, so he flexed on everyone by making a thesaurus.
That's incredible.
I left his phone number in the back. So during these 20 years when he was rebuilding his collection, a big portion of what he got were different snakes. So he was probably the first person to keep ball pythons in captivity. Other snakes all around the world. So you have ball pythons from West Africa, anacondas from South or Central America. I'm not exactly sure. Do you guys know?
On where anacondas?
Anacondas, yeah. Is it Central or South America?
I believe so.
What?
Okay.
Or,
Okay.
no, wait.
Say the question again.
Are anacondas?
What is the range of
are
anacondas?
Central, that I'm not totally sure of. I want to say South America.
Oh, it's got to be South America.
It's
Yeah.
South America. There's Bolivian. There's Peruvian. There's Brazil. There's
Okay.
Ecuador.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't think they go to Central America. But if you guys know, let us know.
Yeah, thank you. Please. So West Africa for the
Helpful
ball
for the
pythons.
episode, Lucas.
What?
Yeah.
I said that's helpful for the episode.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you guys know, let us know in like a week and a half from now.
That's if we even get through this.
Right.
No, so West Africa for ball pythons, South America for anacondas. You have rat snakes, which would be the southeastern U.S. Indian pythons, that's self-explanatory. Sand boas, Kenya. Tree boas, which would be South America. Boland's pythons, which are Papua New Guinea, and many more, including our beloved reticulated python. In these 20 years, what he was doing was amassing a collection to publish his cabinet of curiosities to a wider audience because they were so popular. So if you couldn't go to his house or whatever, you could still see his collection by purchasing this thesaurus. So if you want to go down to the next slide, there is a depiction from his thesaurus of our beloved reticulated python with a royal python and then a scarlet ibis.
That is
Ibis or ibis?
definitely a super dwarf. And
Oh, of course, yeah.
And that
actually,
ball-
from the back pattern, it's a Krumpakiti, the very small one.
and I will say that ball python's throat looks like some of those leaked photo of Slither Exotics animals. Too
Ouch.
soon? Sorry.
You're gonna have to cut.
True, but yeah, especially the lower portion of that jaw. All right,
I'm
next
not
slide.
cutting that out, Glenn.
No
So
comment.
when I was originally looking at this, when you sent it over, I don't know if this is supposed to be. It says a Python reticulatus at the bottom with a question mark. To me, that looks more like a boa.
A boa.
Who knows?
I mean, what kind of boa does that look like to you, Glenn?
Oh, no. I don't know. I don't know anything about any other snake beyond super dwarf.
Why am I
dwarf reticulated
spacing on the
pythons.
name of it right now?
Like a IMG?
Dumerals. Dumerals.
Oh.
They look like Dumerals quite a bit.
I mean, I will say it does have a red tail.
Eh. I'm red-green colorblind. I don't see that.
Maybe it's an ocelot retic. But I mean, just the reference of that resource and how it has that reticulatus on the bottom question mark is definitely, I mean, just another artifact that shows the date of how old people have been looking at these animals and drawing them.
Mm-hmm. And then if you want to go to the next slide, yep. In the top right-hand corner, we have a depiction called Plundering the Tower, and that's in the context of the Tower Menagerie, which was in London, England. And I don't know if you can see it, but the man depicted there is holding a, I believe, lion. So it was a pretty hardcore zoo there. You can hit 3. Yeah, there you go. So the first time that I can tell reticulated pythons were kept in a zoo was at the Tower Menagerie, like I said, in London, England, in 1825. So Schneider had only described the species 24 years before, and they were already making their way into European zoos, which is, I find, very interesting. They brought in 6 boa constrictors from Java. And we know there aren't boa constrictors in Java.
I was going to say, wait, Glenn.
Yeah.
But those are in Central America.
Yes, thank you, Lucas. No, but in that source I cited there, it's further clarified that it was likely reticulated pythons, even though they were called boa constrictors. And that's a very important point I make in that next bullet point, where they were called boas for so long. I mean, their original name was Boa reticulata or Boa rhombata. And you'll see later on in the presentation that there are more examples of them being called boa constrictors. So it's also difficult to draw conclusions about their captive history timeline because of the change in names. So,
Fair point.
yeah. It's like dwarf and super dwarfs.
Right.
If you don't know what those are, they're actually island localities. So,
Right.
people are still
Fun
making
fact.
this. Yeah.
All you retic breeders out there, you actually have boas.
Originally, I'm not going to argue that point.
Okay, so the first reptile house opened at the London Zoo in 1849. So this would be largely seen as the first
Reptarium.
Yeah, dude. I want to turn my house into a reptarium.
The first reptarium ever made.
Yeah. Brian Barczyk has to watch his back. No.
Right.
Come on. They did this in 1820.
That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah. So I don't know how much of that photo you can see, but there are, I believe, a lion there. There's monkeys or a different
It's a
primate.
freaking elephant in the back just chilling inside someone's house.
Hey, that was the times. Or that was at the Royal Menagerie, not the London Zoo.
True.
Pardon me.
Okay, fair enough.
And then in France, a bit of time later, you have the Pavilion des Reptiles opens up. And then if you hit one more, Nathan, we know that both of these zoos and then eventually their reptile houses had pythons. We don't know if there were reticulated pythons. I can't find specific records of what they were keeping at those times, but we know that they had pythons. So, I mean,
All right.
it goes back to people hundreds of years ago were just as interested in these snakes as we are now.
Oh, Nathan.
I know. It was my bad.
So now we're going to talk about a subject that, once again, plagues us to this day, that reticulated pythons are seen as sources of entertainment. There is some merit to this, obviously. Like, for example, that Austin Stevens show, had I not seen him get his face almost bitten off, I probably wouldn't remember it or know what reticulated pythons are. So there is some value, and there is a great amount of value in doing it properly. But that's not always the case.
Like, I'm actually a fan of clickbait. Like, when clickbait is used appropriately in the sense of, a big image for a YouTube thumbnail of a, big teeth. Let's think of like a emerald tree boa and how big their teeth. You blow that up, but then you get to actually watch the video. And people who want to see this big snake bite someone or something, and they actually get to watch an educational content and learn, like, I'm totally about using them for entertainment as long as we're, not shooting ourselves in the foot.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that, Nathan? You look like you want to talk.
I mean, similar as Lucas. I mean, I think there's good and bad that goes into all of it. Social media being as big as it is, I don't think we need to continually fuel the fire when it comes to stuff like bite videos, feed videos, things like that.
I mean, you have a personal example of a reticulated python as a source of entertainment.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Yep.
for better or for worse.
And not proud of it.
Glenn,
It could be worse. That's what it boils down to.
It really could be, and I take it as that, and just don't continue to put out that, type.
And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Nathan, you took it down on all your platforms, and you did what you could at that moment to kind of get rid of it. At least,
I can't find it.
It still pops up in different places, but it
is
really
hard to find. I've tried finding it myself, so that's a good thing.
But I mean, so for example, I would much rather that video go viral of you having a very nonchalant reaction to a bite versus a photo of someone being eaten in Indonesia by a reticulated python.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh! Talk about extremes.
I know, but I mean, they are both very shocking videos. But when someone shows a more, I almost want to say professional side to it, because he didn't overplay it from what his description of it has been. So
I'd call Nathan a professional.
Yeah, you're so professional, Nathan.
I was just caught off guard, and I said, "Hey" to my snake. That's all that happened.
That's the best way to react to it. So good for you.
It's like, hey, stop.
It's better than me. I freaking walk in my garage, and if a snake slams the glass, I freaking jump. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so back to the original point, reticulated pythons as sources of entertainment. In 1805, this is probably the first example I can find in the literature of a reticulated python being a source of entertainment. George Wombell purchased 2 of these reticulated pythons for £75. He ran like a roadside show, and then in a couple slides we'll look at his show bill for them.
Did you have any research into what inflation of that price would have been?
No. But
interesting. That's something I'll look into.
Okay.
yeah.
So-
I did at one point and I've forgotten it. So look it up, Nate, or look it up, Lucas. But basically, even back then, people were being shocked by these snakes. This theme has continued on to the late 1800s into the 1900s, where big snakes, mostly Burmese pythons, were used as entertainment, because reticulated pythons typically aren't the best source. If you have someone handling them and it's running around or whatever, and then you have a Burmese python who couldn't care less about anything, is just sitting there and you can throw it around someone's neck. So reticulated pythons weren't as prevalent as, say, Burmese pythons, but they still played an outsized role.
I mean, you still see the same theme today.
Yeah, my local fair has some guy with an albino berm that pulls up and lets everyone hold it.
Everyone thinks of Britney Spears too. That's
Oh, come on, dude. Go to the next slide. You didn't give me my segue, though. Okay, go back one.
Go back.
Oh, come on, dude. So what I was eventually leading to is that women, in particular, in these roadside shows would be portrayed as snake charmers. The photo on the right here, I don't have a source for it, but it is a lady in the early 20th century holding a reticulated python. She is dressed very commonplace for that time. However, if you did more research, you can see what I'm talking about. Very scantily clad, very revealing clothing, which would have been atypical for that time period, furthering that shock and awe that would have been associated by seeing a large constrictor.
And that still continues in modern freak shows. They'll have snake charmers and, scantily clad, belly dancer kind of outfits.
So I found the number.
Okay.
So the pounds, so 75 pounds back then would have been worth 6,595 pounds in 2020, which would equal
what does that equal in freedom dollars?
$8,139.
God bless America.
So that's how much he paid.
Sweet. Well, speaking of...
I was just doing what I was told.
Okay. Yeah, use that defense. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, once again, doing what he's told. Just slowly. So we have the incredibly famous, it would be the photo and video from the 2001 MTV Awards, where Britney Spears came out with an albino Burmese python, I believe named Sunshine. I'd have to double check, but...
That's correct.
Thank you. That is a very ubiquitous assumption for women being portrayed alongside snakes. Fun fact, Britney Spears lives very close to me.
Fun fact, did you hear, well, it's not a fact, but did you hear these theories going around that she's actually dead and it's AI in her videos on Instagram?
Oh, that's so fake. But you know that...
Glenn knows where
Paul
her
McCartney.
house is. He does
Okay,
daily
actually, I
health
do.
checks on her.
I can't say any more to that. I'll tell you guys more about that afterwards. But there is actually a degree of truth to it. Not me, but someone I know.
All right. I believe you're missing a slide because I did it better than Brittany when I did my Pit Viper photo shoot.
That's cool, dude. Yeah, that was cool. I have to give you props for that. So this is a very corrupted copy of the show bill, and that came out of Murphy and Henderson's Tales of Giant Snakes. but it is a show bill from the aforementioned George Womble. Excuse me. And as you can see, it says boa constrictor in there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like the headline right there. I mean, even bigger than hooded serpent, which I'm assuming is a cobra.
Yeah. Yeah. So once again, he had 2 large reticulated pythons, and we're showing them off. You can advance one more slide, Nathan. And this one is a little clearer, but you have a depiction of some large constrictor killing something. I can't see it from here, but once again, displaying these large constrictors that someone in England could come see. And the largest snake in England is like 3 feet. So to go from seeing 3-foot snakes to seeing a 20-foot one is a large jump.
Very much so. Yeah, it looks like a horse or a deer from my perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So the 1940s to the 1970s is what I am characterizing as the next era. This is really shown by the addition of reticulated pythons into the U.S. zoological setting. As you can see on the right is a photo of the world-famous Colossus, which has been claimed to be the longest snake in the world. Do you guys know Colossus? Have you heard of it?
I've heard the name, but I'm not sure, like, how... Isn't it around 30 feet, they claim?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was 20 feet, 10 inches. And it was a male, so that's a very big male.
Very big.
He was from Thailand. And the Highland Park Zoo actually had another massive Thai import before Colossus, but Colossus really took the cake. A lot of those early imports during this era were from Thailand. And then that continued a little bit into the 80s, and then it changed. It's very interesting to look at the legality of importing. So like the Mindanao, or just Philippines, they stopped importing in like the 70s or 80s. They banned it. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The one thing that really impresses me about this picture, and just maybe the husbandry back then, and especially for you audio listeners, this is a good chance to jump over. But this is a photo of Colossus back in 1960, and this is the supposed 30-foot snake perched up in a tree.
Yeah. A grossly overweight snake perched up in a tree.
Yeah, so the fact that we're debating that now is just hilarious to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the power of our mind, right? And I've said this in other episodes before. It's like the people who want the really big retics, right? The people who are all about the giants, they're always going to overestimate, right? Because, and not necessarily always to be deceiving, but because, you know, they are really big and they look big. And then it's the opposite. For those of us that for those that keep super dwarfs, I can't tell you how many times I see people posting a picture of, here's my 3-year-old Kalatoa, 5 feet, and the snake is clearly about 6.5 foot, right? And so, I just think that it's the power of the mind. I don't even think people always do it like intentionally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Although 20 to 30 is a big jump.
Yes. So I've written about this and I've explored it in my thesis, but the difficulty in measuring, especially a live snake. So when you skin a snake, you can stretch the skin up to, I think, 33%. And then when a snake sheds, it's anywhere from 10 to 20% longer because it stretches. So it is very difficult to find an accurate representation of how long these snakes are.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is the era where you start to have famous snakes like Colossus in zoos. There are other snakes, but none quite are... they don't quite hold the imagination like Colossus did. But it is a continued trend of having very large snakes be called the world's longest snake. That's even continued today.
Yeah, with Medusa.
Yeah, I think, okay, that's the name I was looking for. Medusa's huge. I don't know how big she is, but huge. Okay, and then from the that era where there were snake charmers and roadside shows to the 1960s, giant snakes in captivity were mainly in the hands of road shows, exotic dancers, showmen, and zoos. mostly because of their size. So once again, on the right, you have the father and son team of Marlin and Ross Allen wrestling a anaconda in their man-made lake.
I was going to say that looks like they're underwater.
Yeah. So I hope we won't get copyrighted for the next video, but it's a very fascinating look. I believe it was in 1957 when someone went around and filmed the Ross Allen Reptile Institute, and he's wrestling an alligator. He went underwater, wrestled an anaconda, and he really was the forefather of herpeticulture. He wrote a book called How to Keep Snakes in Captivity because it was so foreign during that time.
That's a book that I've wanted to add to my collection.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so out of date. It's highly expensive, but I need to add that too.
Yeah.
So,
Next slide.
Sure. Yeah, if you can.
Well, I tried. There we go.
If you can't, it's okay. Yeah, and then can you access the video from there? Try clicking on it. Yes.
There you go.
So we don't have to watch all of it, but this is a 12-minute video that's in the public domain of a visit to Ross Allen's place. Here, I believe he's getting in the water to wrestle an alligator. You can fast forward just a little bit, Nathan.
And you said this is his own lake?
Oh.
So this was his reptile park.
Okay.
So, like that one is clearly, I'm assuming it's a man-made lake. Maybe I shouldn't be so bold.
Bro, just can we
Yeah.
talk how he literally swam towards that alligator and scared the alligator away from it?
Very different techniques than you see today with alligator
Just
rescue.
a little bit.
Dude, that you gotta have some balls of steel.
It's some WWE moves we're seeing right now.
Right. That's pretty fun
Yeah. And if you fast forward
to watch.
yes, he's doing the same thing with an anaconda underwater with his son.
Let's see.
Oh, that's
Am I way too far?
insane. Yeah, that is a picture of the insanely racist practice where they collected people from the Amazon and had them live in like a replica of their village.
Okay.
For
Yeah, I think it might be further in the video where he does.
That's like keeping people in captivity and
Yeah, that's literally
replicating
what
their
it is.
environment. That's like what
Yeah.
we're trying to do with retics now.
and then this is a
not
venomous
okay.
snake pit. That's a coral snake, and he grabs it, which isn't.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that is scaring me.
Yeah,
so
if you've
badly.
Venom Doc, which is a great book about just venom research, you can hear about coral snake bites.
I think it's
not fun.
I think it's something like 80% of coral snake bites end up being lethal.
Don't mess around with a coral snake.
They're not inclined to bite, but that doesn't mean you grab one.
No.
Where's this video of him wrestling this freaking 100-foot anaconda?
I don't know.
It was back further. I swear.
It got right to the racism really fast, Glenn. What are you setting us up for?
Failure.
Direct and to the point.
All right. Yeah, I don't quite know.
I think it's
here.
a little after that, yeah. And then he does the tonic immobility thing.
Okay.
I mean, at this point,
Well, there's him with a boa constrictor.
And I don't think he had any reticulated pythons. I should be clear. I haven't found any record.
Okay.
He might have had them. I don't know, but I can't find. Okay, here you go. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, yeah. Here you
wait.
go. It's
I'll
closer.
back up a little
No,
bit.
no, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, anyways.
Now we can monologue over it. How's your guys' day going?
Well,
Good.
I'm watching two shirtless men on the boat, so not too
Yeah,
bad.
that's something
right
new
now.
for you.
Just look at the size of that monster.
it is. I mean, are you talking about the guy or the snake?
Sorry, audio listeners. We're talking about a snake here.
That is a pretty big anaconda.
Yeah.
That's got to be at least 8 to 10 years old.
It constricts them at one point. Yeah.
Nice. That's about right. That's
I
kind of
would
what they do.
constrict you too if you just grabbed my head.
And then threw you into water and then wrestled you.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the snake's chill. It's like not hating on him, and then he puts it into the water and just jumps right on it.
It's trying to get away.
The entire time, but yeah, I mean, this is all for show.
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt. That dude, bold freaking move with just, the whole concept of constricting, and you're kind of in its territory in water.
I swear to God, Vince McMahon was inspired by all these videos.
No kidding.
So that just speaks to how
Entertainment.
yeah, for better or for worse, they're very entertaining.
It's something about near-death experiences that just keeps us on the edge of our seat.
Every time I go through Taco Bell, I relive it every time.
It's that roll of the dice, baby.
Oh, no, it's not even a roll. It's like a... Never mind. I'm not going to finish that thought on air.
Wow.
Yes, so, wait, are there anything else that you guys would want to cover on this topic before we close for the night?
No, I mean, I just wanted to say, so, I'm really excited for the next two segments that we're going to be doing. I think a lot of people are going to find that that's a lot more up their alley. But again, I mean, I think that you can't start there. You definitely need to understand where this whole captive keeping, and I think, again, I'm a geek, so I like going back and knowing that this stuff started this early, but super important information because I think it sets up that next era, that next segment that we're going to do, to how just kind of the industry has grown.
Yeah, Glenn, I just want to thank you just because, I had done a tiny bit of research myself and didn't feel like there was a ton of information out there, but you definitely expanded. There's not, but there's a lot that you've even expanded on, which I really appreciate. So I think this will be really cool when it comes out in full form.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. No, again, thank you. I don't even know how you managed to get your hands on a lot of this information. So
if this wasn't one of your favorite Retic Lounge episodes, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next two as well. Because I feel like as we start to get closer to like the times that we've kept, or like what inspired us and those kind of things, we'll get to talk more shit about it. So
yeah, man. It's awesome having you on here. The level of knowledge is insane, and then like you're just cool on top of it. So
real cool.
Our listeners will appreciate it for sure.
We also want to thank VivTech Products for being an affiliate sponsor of the Retic Lounge. Stop by VivTech Products for the best UV spectrum lighting on the market that will enhance and improve your snake's overall well-being and health. Visit vivtechproducts.com and use the code ReticLounge23 today for 15% off. Again, visit vivtechproducts.com and use our affiliate code ReticLounge23 today for 15% off.
Looking for the perfect accessories for your hatchlings or juvenile retics? Look no further than Heli Guy Serpents. Our sponsor, Chris Sexton, is coming in hot with an amazing 3D printer, creating top-notch perches and other caging accessories for your beloved pets. Enrich your retics environment with their high-quality products. Use our promo code TRL10 for a 10% discount on your purchase. Visit them today at heliguyserpents.com and start giving your pets the best. Heli Guy Serpents, the premier source for 3D printed caging accessories. Again, that's www.heliguyserpents.com and use our promo code TRL10 for 10% off all of your 3D printed accessories today.
All right. Well, we've already got your name. We already know this is part 2, so let's jump in.
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the previous episode. Several people had reached out to me saying very nice things after the first episode, so I wanted to thank them. One of the people who actually I had initially contacted for information regarding the captive history reached out to me and said thank you, so that was a very big honor. And then the second point I wanted to hit on was I had briefly discussed my fruit fly research, and that hasn't been published. I think there's probably a few presentations on the topic that have my name attached to them that you could find if you're really interested. But I just wanted to clear the air on that. If you're looking for a published paper, that does not exist. And then as we get into this episode, compared to the last episode, really none of the people who we discussed are alive, whereas today they are alive. And they're standing in not only the captive reptile community, but really their standing in the world is not always as stand-up citizens, perhaps we should say. So I don't want anyone to construe this information as a condemnation or a commendation of them. This is simply the history as I understand it. So please do not make this a defense or an attack on anyone, please. I save that for my private phone calls with Lucas.
Yeah. Yeah. Next slide, please.
All right. Getting aggressive here tonight.
So just following up on the 1700s to 1940s, we really have the introduction of reticulated pythons to the West from the 1940s to the 1970s. You start to see more of them in America and specifically in the zoological setting. And then tonight we're going to start discussing the reticulated pythons in captivity from the 1970s to the 90s, where they initially started to be brought in for the pet trade. And we see the very first morphs. And then in the 90s to 2000s, we see this huge craze of base mutations being imported and proving to be heritable. The 2000s to 2015, which was the world's first craze, and then 2015 to the present, which will be the next episode where we really discuss the rediscovery of dwarf and superdwarf reticulated pythons.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Okay, so like the last episode, this first slide really discusses setting the groundwork. Without knowing the proper history, I don't think you can fully appreciate the animals we have. So that's why when I discuss someone like Albertus Seba and his cabinet of curiosities, I'm doing that for a reason. So first, to understand why we have reticulated pythons in captivity, why they're so popular, we really have to understand where herpetoculture began. In its modern form, if you can even call it that, really began in the 50s. People would bring in native species that they captured. So stuff like garter snakes, king snakes, gopher snakes, various skink species. I mean, what kind of reptiles would you guys catch in your backyard and keep for a week or whatever?
Ringnecks.
Garter snakes. There's rubber boas out here. So
I used to flip stones in my neighborhood all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, keep them in your house for a week or whatever, and then let them go. So that was kind of the very, very early days of herpetoculture.
Now I'm too scared.
I don't blame you, to be honest. We have a lot of rattlesnakes where I live, so if I were to go field herping, it would be more likely that I encounter a rattlesnake than a California king snake. So
yeah, we have the same problem.
Yeah, we live in a very similar climate. So
yep.
And I know how much it costs to get airlifted out. So
I know someone that got bit last year trying to show his son.
Yeah, that's
just like that's how it happens every time.
Yeah.
Like,
and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how traumatic childhood happens.
Let me show you how I can handle this wild rattlesnake.
I'm not going to say anything.
Let's get into these pimped out turtle tubs.
Yes. So awesome. It reminds me a lot of the pet rock craze, but this predates it. So in magazines, especially. I was
going to say it reminded me of Florida, but.
The modern day Florida?
No, 70s Florida.
It's not like I'm moving there in 2 months or whatever. But regardless, there would be ads in magazines for little children to get baby readier sliders. And then you could keep them in these little turtle lagoons, is what they would call it. And they're just horrific conditions for an animal. But
It has a palm tree. I don't know
It's
what you're talking
paradise,
about.
Hey,
dude.
that's more enrichment than a ball python tub.
You're not wrong.
There's
The views and
multiple
opinions expressed by Glen McClellan on the Retic Lounge do not necessarily reflect the views of Lucas.
the baseline of animal welfare.
Oh,
Throw
man.
a stick in its cage.
Just one.
Single
yeah,
stick.
just a
Let
stick.
it see the light
Start
of
with
day
a twig.
occasionally.
It'll roll it around.
I wonder why my snake hates me.
It's enrichment, right?
Yeah, it biting you is enrichment. And then posting it online. But that's how some people made a career. Regardless, we are going to be discussing things that actually matter. So the onset of herpeticulture really can be defined by the horrible keeping of animals. Luckily, some people today have learned how to improve the care. So I am very thankful for them, and I'm very thankful for those who share their knowledge and allow us to reap the benefits of their hard work. So we have these very antiquated ads for turtles, and a lot of people kept turtles like this, and they would die because they came in the size of dimes and didn't have access to proper heating and lighting, proper care, proper diets. So they were really viewed as disposable pets. And the modern snake keeping can really be brought back all the way to albino corn snakes. This is really the first snake that I can recall that had a mutation that was really worked with in captivity. And this dates all the way back to 1953, which is crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So
The morph craze started.
yeah, I think corn snakes are cool. So
Yeah, that's when I first discovered like pet snakes and like, early elementary school. I remember going online and seeing different morphs of corn snakes. So that was like my first introduction to any color mutation.
yeah. And when I say morph, just to clarify, I'm describing heritable phenotypic mutations, just so that's out of the way. So instead of saying that every time, if I call something a morph, it's very pedantic, but that matters to some people. So here nor there. Let's carry on. So in 1959, the first amelanistic heterozygotes were produced, and then when they were bred back to each other in 1961, the very first albino corn snakes were hatched. So how many years ago was that? 60 years ago? So that's crazy. And you can still walk into nearly every Petco or PetSmart in the country and find an albino corn snake.
Oh,
And
yeah.
there's someone who will buy it, including me.
That's pretty cool. Now you can even buy them with two heads.
Really? I've never seen one actually for sale. I don't know. Here nor there. So really, when we look at the origins of modern herpeticulture, it goes all the way back to albino corn snakes and then the things that people were bringing in from the wild. Okay, next slide.
All right.
Thank you, Nathan.
Here we go. So now when you really want to talk about the morph craze as we understand it today, that's albino Burmese. There's no discussion on it. That is full stop, period. Albino corn snakes are cool, but it does not have the draw that an albino Burmese has. I mean,
Yeah.
how cool is an albino Burmese? They are awesome.
Not as cool as my albino corn snake.
Yeah, okay, nerd. But still, albino Burmese, they're a stunning animal.
Yeah.
They made it into National Geographic, which I think is just absolutely insane.
They made it onto Britney Spears.
We can't all be that lucky. So good for that snake. I think it was Doc Antle who did that performance for her.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's easily fact checked. So keep talking. I'll look it up.
Yes, sir. So there is a very long, interesting history of the albino Burmese python and how they came to America. A lot of the stories in a lot of the stories in the books, like Stolen World and Lizard King, tell one story, and then when you listen to Tom Crutchfield discuss it in his recent interview on Morelia Python Radio's Herp History, he tells a different story. So for those who want to hear it from the horse's mouth, I recommend go listen to that interview, listen to how he tells it, and then make your decision from there. Regardless of what the actual truth is, it's a very interesting story. But in essentially the details everyone can agree on, Tom Crutchfield was the first person in the US to import albino Burmese pythons from a Thai pet dealer named Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng's albino Burmese python was featured in the March 1981 issue of National Geographic. Fun fact, I don't know if you guys know this, but Jay Brewer actually, I think, was on the cover of Nat Geo for, I think he caught a rock fish. I don't know. But probably when he was my age.
Oh, no shit.
So, yeah.
That's a tease.
Yeah.
So,
fun fact.
Yeah, Doc Antle, Britney Spears with the tiger. So, yeah.
Sweet.
He was part of that.
Performance.
Yep, same performance,
That's
same
so cool.
outfit.
Apparently, I'm smarter than I know.
The
Low bar. Quick, hide your messages.
Yeah, those are our messages. So just have to blur out.
Jamie's.
Have to blur out all the slurs and stuff from Lucas mostly.
What?
Group chats where we blow off some steam.
Sure. So pretty quickly after that, one of the albino Burmese came in from Tom Crutchfield. One of them made it to Bob Clark. Bob Clark is going to be a name you hear time and time again in the story.
Who's that?
He's this little known guy from Oklahoma City. I don't know if you've known him. But I still want to talk to Bob. You haven't
met Bob?
I've called him 2 or 3 times, but he's always been busy, and I don't know how many people work for him. So I understand it, and I know there's a lot of people, but I'd still like to get in contact with him.
If you make your way out to Arlington NARBC, he's always there, and I was pleasantly surprised at how personable he is.
Yeah, very personable.
He was very nice when I spoke with him.
Yeah, he's very pleasant.
I just haven't had a long phone call, so I'd love to talk to him. But so if anyone can make that happen, let me know. I'd also like to talk to Tom Crutchfield, so if anyone can make that happen.
Like Lucas said, just fly out to Arlington. We'll both be there.
There you go.
I'm considering it. Probably not. But
maybe you can convince him to sit down.
Yeah.
Nathan, do you need water?
Maybe.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Keep going, Glenn.
Yes, sir. So Bob Clark was, I believe, the first to actually hatch albino Burmese in captivity. That was in the summer of 1986. And then he and Tom Crutchfield split the profits from that. I actually have one of Tom Crutchfield's old price sheets right here where he was selling a pair of albino Burmese pythons for $7,500.
Can you show that to the camera so people can see what it looks like?
This was in February and March of 1992.
That's amazing. Dude, that was before I was born.
Wait, it was when? March?
February and March of 92.
Oh, so that was from when I was born, February 92.
Okay, geezer. So if you zoom in there, you can see what I was talking about, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff on these price lists. And for those of you who don't know, in the early days of reptile keeping in the 80s, 90s, and then even the early 2000s, a lot of business was done on price lists where you would get onto a certain breeder's mailing list, and they would send you what they had available. And then if you wanted something, you'd send a check back. If you wanted photos, sometimes they wouldn't give you that, or you'd have to pay to have Polaroid shipped out to you. So when someone wants 12 photos of the snake, 12 photos of the parents, photos of them locked up, photos of the female giving birth.
So that's why we still see fights about it to this day?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay.
Good times. Like just the process of being able to like get the picture of a possible snake you'll buy took like a month.
Yeah. Maybe.
Now you're seeing them come out of the egg.
Yeah. Now the tire kickers would be having a hernia if they had to do that. Oh, tire kickers. How horrible. Like I've never done that. I wish someone would do that like full time, very maliciously.
I have spoken outwards about breeders who complain about quote unquote tire kickers, but I'm not going to go into that rant.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it's very frustrating, but there is an element of humor to it.
It's not frustrating. You're in sales. You're not going to make them all. Just shut up, give them the info, move on.
So, old time tire kickers, I guess, would be. Yeah, I don't know how they did it. I'm sure they still did it. That would be something we could talk to Bob Clark and Tom Crutchfield about, but nevertheless, it was a different world. Okay, you can go to the next slide.
Gotcha.
I'm going to need a deposit to send you these Polaroids.
My gosh. Okay, so one of the things I'm very interested in is localities. We hear the term mainland reticulated python thrown around a lot, and technically that term does have merit. The Indochinese Peninsula is also called mainland Southeast Asia. So it is a proper descriptor. But when you talk about mainland reticulated pythons, that's not specific to where in that peninsula they came from or the islands around there.
Yeah, we're talking about a snake that has one of the widest ranges.
The widest.
Yeah.
So
that's what she said.
Awesome. God, you wish. Nathan wishes. Jamie wishes. You can't film these late at night. I'm just done by this point.
Glenn's going to get us canceled for something we haven't even made yet.
I'll take the hit on that one.
I'll have to tell you stories off air of stuff. I just hope no one finds my internet use from middle school because that's horrific.
All right, this is getting dark. Back to it.
Some of whose impacts are still reverberating today. But
first name he reads is Bangkok on the next slide.
Unrelated. Not where I spent my summer. So prior to and during the 1980s, most of the imported reticulated pythons came from Bangkok, as Lucas decided to interrupt me and interject with that. Came from Bangkok, Thailand, or central Western Malaysia. At some point, we may need to pull up a map for those of you who are geographically challenged like myself. But when we look at those very early reticulated pythons that were imported, that's where they came from.
I have a better idea to save me time on editing. Pause the video right now and go ahead and search for Malaysia and follow along.
Just Google Bangkok.
Right.
I mean, I can throw it up, but it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Go ahead. Next bullet point.
Okay. And then by the mid-1990s, most of the imported reticulated pythons came from Indonesia, specifically Sumatra. In a little bit, we will be looking at the different exportation laws because that really influences why we have the snakes that we have. This gets very important and very interesting when we look at the snakes that are considered dwarfs and super dwarfs. It's a common misconception that there's only those 7 when really there's probably thousands of them that are smaller, but because of importation laws, we don't have them.
Yeah, I would encourage you, go to Kalatoa Island, on Google Maps, and then zoom out.
Person.
No, on Google Maps, and then go east and start zooming in, and you'll find islands half the size of Kalatoa that are right off bigger islands with retics on them.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tangent, but reticulated python's dispersal ability is insane. Do you guys know what Krakatoa was?
I don't know why I've heard the term before.
Yeah, I was going to say the term sounds familiar, but I know nothing.
Yeah. So there are, I think, in today's time, there are 4 Krakatoa Islands. I don't know what it used to be previously, but one of those islands contains a volcano called Anak Krakatoa. In, I believe, 1883, there was a massive explosion from that volcano. I believe
Okay.
it was the loudest sound ever recorded in human history. Just this massive volcanic eruption. And then I think within 12 years, they found a reticulated python on that island. And then within 30, they had a breeding population on 3 of them.
Holy shit.
Wow.
So, and it was 12 miles from the nearest island.
Damn.
So, it.
I wonder if they're on Malaysia's invasive species list.
They're on Puerto Rico's. What's crazy is that there's a Puerto Rican reticulated python.
No, 100%. There's I've made that joke before, but it's really not a joke.
Yeah, there's videos of it. It's crazy. And wasn't that some drug dealer that released all of his snakes?
It's the same thing as Pablo Escobar's hippos in Brazil.
So we have the U.S. quote unquote has invasive retics.
Do we even count them? It's like Washington, D.C. They don't really count. We'll take their tax dollars, but no representation.
We'll go toss some bounty at them.
Here nor there.
That was wild.
By the mid-1990s.
By the mid-1990s, most of the imported reticulated pythons into the United States came from Indonesia. Is that better, Lucas?
That was great.
Thank you. I'm very glad. So back to what I was saying, we have to look at the importation laws to really understand why we have the reticulated pythons that we do. And then at the very end of the episode, we'll talk about why we can't import reticulated pythons anymore. So you can go on to the next slide. Okay, so Lucas asked me this a couple weeks ago, and I totally dodged answering this. So instead, I decided to surprise him live with sharing all of the publicly known localities that have been or are still currently in the U.S. And then as another pedantic note, island races is probably a better way to describe them, but most people know it as localities. I could sit here and list all 20 something and then say Ambon type, Bali type, but I'm too lazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for those of you who are listening to audio, I have been able to find Ambon, Bali, Bantaing, Sulawesi, Borneo, Bhutan, Central Malukus, Halmahera, Jampea, Java, Kalatoa, Kurumpas, sorry, it should say both, Kayawati, Madu, Malaysian, Mindanao, Slayer, Seram, Sulawesi, bad habit, Sumatra, Timbalongans, and Ternate Island reticulated pythons. Am I missing anything?
Yes, you are missing the larger Philippine island where the tribals came from. What is it?
But do we actually have those in the U.S.?
Tribals?
Like a pure,
a
pure one?
Yep.
A pure
absolutely.
Philippine one?
Yeah, Rodney had 3 in his collection. He sent 2 out. He has 1 right now, I believe, that he just got back from Andrew. And I know Sean has one of those, and there's a couple other people that have them as well.
Okay. So there you go. We do have Philippines. I'm very interested how he got the Philippines because...
that's one of the ones that couldn't legally export.
Yeah. So my guess is that they probably came through Indo. Most things came through Indo, and it's a lot easier to do it that way than... So...
Yeah. I don't have Philippines.
I think by the time they make it to the U.S., they're technically legal.
Well,
because if they were legally exported from Indonesia, you should be in the clear. It's the same thing as all of the farm hatched grey tree pythons. Everyone knows they were wild caught.
Right.
I don't know if the farm that Cameron had is still running, but here nor there, there's still a lot of wild caught green tree pythons and Boland's pythons that are being
imported. Yep.
Mislabeled by some people that I complain to Lucas about in private quite frequently. So once again, here nor there. So once again, for the audio only listeners, in 1992, the trade of wild reticulated pythons was banned from Thailand. So those earlier ones that were brought in prior to and during the 1980s came from Bangkok. So after that, there would have been no more Thai reticulated pythons. And I should also note that the locality information with those animals probably was not known, or they didn't care. It just would have been thrown into a big box labeled reticulated python. And they were all so mean anyway that no one really cared.
They were mostly used for the skin trade back then, right?
Still.
Yeah. I know there was I think it's Chris Sweet. He's a guy who's really good with cobras and stuff. He lives over in Bangkok, and he's outside all the time, and he posts videos of the wild.
Yeah, just in the bushes waiting for cats.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they're beautiful. I do like them a lot.
Yeah, they're very cool. I forgot where we were going for that. 1986, Philippine government banned their export, so I have no idea how they made it in. I want to ask Rodney because that's probably a cool story.
Just don't share it.
I don't think it's illegal, right?
I don't know. I mean, I do know that, like, so his stance has changed on it because I'm very public.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking. That's a whole different story.
No. I'm talking about, like, I mean, like, he even was like, hey, you said this publicly as Philippine. He's like, just to let you know, they weren't allowed to be imported, but now he doesn't care. So I don't know. But I would think that if they made it to Indonesia and then we legally imported it from Indonesia, then that's not on us. That's whoever brought it into Indonesia.
I think I vaguely remember, I think I talked about that with a notable importer, that once they are legally exported, you're in the clear.
There you go.
But I don't know. I don't do that. So don't take that as legal advice. So it would be the Philippine government coming after you anyway. And if you weren't the one to do it, and if you don't even know who did it, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. And then Vietnam banned the wild harvest in 1998. And then since 2015, no live exports from Malaysia. Excuse me. That wouldn't matter for the US anyway. But for the EU, who can still import, no more animals from Malaysia. Another thing that I'm also interested in is to see the progression of how we've kept animals in the hobby. So I believe the very first what?
Sorry, I was going to say you're gonna go through 3 decades of until you see a little progress.
I do log on to the Retic Nation and tell me if there even is progress.
Exactly.
Apparently, I don't understand how keeping an 18-foot snake in a 6-foot enclosure is logical. But
I mean, I'm sure there were many problems that arose.
Actually, if you read the description on the very bottom left photo, it says something to the effect of how snakes do better with a very bare enclosure with no stuff in it. With no.
I'll read it. It says the fiberglass cage is probably the easiest of all cages. It has the further advantage of providing no rough spots for snakes to rub its nose on. Given the chance, snakes will often rub all the skin off the tips of their nose.
It may have been extended on the next page. I don't remember. I pulled that from an eBay ad, but that was from Ross Allen's.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Anyways, keep going.
It was from Ross Allen's book, who we watched the video of last time, wrestling the anaconda and the alligator.
Quite the show.
Mm-hmm. It was very entertaining. So these were his cages. They were fiberglass, really the first commercially available snake cages. And
still being used in some collections. I've seen them personally.
I like them. They're cool looking.
They are cool looking. That's why I included the Neodesha cages, because a lot of people are still very interested in them. A lot of people, the old timers in the green tree python community, speak very, very highly of them. They seem to get the job done, so who cares?
My favorite claim here is this cage is easily cleaned and provides no places for mites to hide.
That's probably true.
Do mites try to hide? I feel like they're just openly on the snake.
No. Never mind. I was gonna make something comment. Tried to read myself.
I'm proud of your self-control there, Glenn.
I'll tell you guys off the air what I'm thinking. Nevertheless, Neodesha cages, I feel like in just the last couple of years have piqued a lot of people's interests again.
Yeah.
They're very interesting design-wise. I believe Bob Clark still uses them. And one of the photos that we'll see later on, you can see the Neodesha cages in the background.
The front of those, like the glass or whatever, like is very not like super flexible, but it's not. I don't know. I wonder what it's made out of because I
don't know. When
I've seen it, it's a lot thinner than what we use.
They're cool.
So, yeah,
and it's it's kind of cave-like if you think about it. How it has a wide opening front, and then yeah,
I like that.
Yeah,
and I mean, you look at fashion, and like old things tend to come back, right? So I don't know, maybe shaped enclosures like that will come back.
And call Ashley and Steven. See if they'll make that for you.
Right.
I mean, I know they will. I don't. Steven is a wizard.
He could do everything.
Yeah, he's
shout out to Focus Cube.
Yeah. My spider loves this new enclosure. Thank you guys. Most people don't know that Neodesha were made in other form factors, so that's why I included a photo of that's probably a green tree python set up there for.
Yeah, it looks like an Aru type.
Okay, nerd.
You could see it. It's got the white. Anyways,
those are cool little enclosures. They almost look like a retro TV or something like that.
So maybe someone can bring those back. And then after the Neodesha, we really saw the advent of vision cages, and a lot of the more seasoned people in the retic world still use vision cages.
And that's as advanced as we've gotten.
It's not the cage that matters, it's how you do it and how much room you give the animal. Right. So
not the size of the boat. Wow.
Whatever.
That's so close, Nathan. So close, Nathan.
Oh, it hurts.
You almost finished it.
So I use the photo from Metcalf Reptiles, who Aaron's very nice person. I know Lucas, I think you sold him your wild caught Kalatoa male, right?
Yeah. And he was great to work with. Real cool to talk on the phone.
Those might have been Travis Kubis's old cages.
Okay.
Because if you look at the video or the old videos of Travis Kubis, he had obviously a lot of vision cages because everyone used them, and he had he inherited a lot of Kubis's collection when he got out. So,
yeah, I'm actually repping. So Legacy just actually scooped up 36 vision cages with a collection of animals. So I mean, they're still plenty out there.
Triple L uses them, and I don't know how long Triple L has had them. So they are, road worn and tested.
Oh yeah.
One thing
they don't die.
They don't. If you can find a used vision cage in good condition, with an appropriate sized animal, those cages last you a lifetime.
Yeah, there's a reason everyone uses them. There's nothing wrong with them just because they're older. It goes back to giving your animal what it needs, and that depends on what's inside the cage, not the actual cage itself.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can go on the next.
This is my favorite slide.
Yes, this is also probably my favorite topic to speak on. So the introduction of phenotypic morphs, or phenotypic mutations or morphs into reticulated pythons. So we saw this beginning in the 1980s. Most people know the tiger reticulated python as coming from Carl Herman and, I want to say Al Curzon. I don't remember his first name.
That sounds right.
Herman Curzon, most people know it as Herman. They forget Curzon, but they're credited with the first tiger reticulated python, but it predates them back to the 80s. And there were actually a lot of tiger reticulated pythons that came in. Fluffy there with Bob Clark and with the Neodesha cages in the background. I think she was in one of the first litters of tiger retics. I think the Baldogos might have even had their own tiger retic. I don't remember, but
we talked about that. I thought that there was a separate Baldogo tiger.
Probably. It wasn't only Herman and Curzon, so that's just kind of interesting. And then they hadn't been found in the wild for like 20 years, and they were recently found again. So
yeah, it's one of those mutations that you can easily see thriving in the wild.
Yeah, like anearthristic. So
Yeah.
on
Speaking of,
yes, sir.
that's a Malaysian or a
Sumatran.
Sumatran? Yeah, that probably, like, as far as like wild type goes, and I know it's anearthristic, but it's pretty commonly found in the wilds for places that have them. That's probably my favorite snake.
I mean, you could say that about any of the
You said that about Chris McVicker's anery.
God, I hate both of you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't contradict yourself and we won't call you out.
How about this? I actually saw that picture for the first time after that episode that I said Chris's was my favorite.
We're going to have to put out a new clip, Lucas's new favorite snake.
There you
Lucas Bagnara expose. Liar.
Hashtag drama. Anyways, that's a beautiful snake, and that's from Sumatra.
I believe so. It's on Jacob's Facebook, so you can confirm with him.
Yeah.
But anearthristic has been found in all 3 subspecies.
Yep.
Something that's interesting is in this book, The General Care and Maintenance of Burmese Pythons, including notes on other large constrictors by Philippe de something, whose name I can't pronounce, and I feel ashamed for not being able to pronounce that because he's really the forefather of bioactive enclosures.
Sweet.
He briefly discusses reticulated pythons at the very end and discusses morphs. And this book was published in 91. So this was before Bob Clark's albino, which we'll get to later. But he says other forms include silver retics with very light silvery gray heads, which in my mind is an anearthristic.
Yeah, it's very possible.
And then
they used to call the when they produce the layer aneries?
The mercury line?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool name.
Wait. No, wait. Oh, wait. No, those were jams.
What?
The mercury line. Okay,
I mean, at least from what I've seen on the Retic Nation dating back, I see people talking about Solaire mercury lines. Okay.
I know why. Mercury has been used to describe a couple different retics. There was an anearthristic type, or looking like one that didn't prove out, I think, and it was likely a birth defect. And then Greg, what's his last name? I'm blanking.
Bryant.
Thank you, Bryant. Wonderful man. Thank you, Greg, for speaking with me on the phone for so long. You were actually a joy to speak with. I believe his Jampayas, which he got from Sean DeBoard, which were anearthristics, but he called them the pastel line. DeBoard called them the pastel line. Bryant called them the mercury line.
Got it.
But then there were some slayers that I think were at least heterozygous for anearthristic, because Chris McVicker has some of Bryant's that have proved anearthristic, but they're all crosses.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Dropping it down.
That's like a history within a history.
And then back to what I was going to say. He also says that there are dwarf forms from Timor, which is kind of interesting, because that would have predated the Jampianus importation by a couple years.
Okay.
And then on the left, we kind of went in a horrible order, but on the left is
I almost skipped the next.
Nathan. You guys know who Poison Ivy was?
Yeah.
Famous snake from Nerd. I believe she was a Sumatran. You could correct me if I'm wrong. But she threw some very weird looking babies called the Ivy line. She was originally bred to the wild caught anthrax male to make the first granite backs in, I believe, 2004. Does that sound right?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know on the anthrax lineage.
Yeah. I was following and knew the information up until you mentioned that anthrax pairing.
Okay. I have it in my notes somewhere, but Poison Ivy is a calico reticulated python. That is a very, very common morph in retics, but in the 30 years that they've been in captivity, no one has been able to prove it out as heritable. I always equate it to Vitiglo in humans. So the thing that Michael Jackson ostensibly had.
Yeah, gotcha.
Um,
That makes sense.
it arises in adulthood. There was a ball python that experienced something very similar to that. If you go on Ralph Davis's YouTube channel and go back like 10 years, you can find it.
How much time do you have on your hands?
No, I watched that video when it went out. So,
Oh,
and then I'm just me, so I remember it.
that's pretty cool. I didn't know that ball pythons even. Yeah, that's the first I've heard of that.
I
But
mean, it nowhere near as drastic as reticulated pythons, but the same thing
Yeah.
as an adult, drastically changed colors. So
I'll
one
say
has
that-
been. Yeah,
I'll say calico probably fascinates me the most, just because we know the least about it.
we actually do know a lot about it, and it's not heritable.
I mean, as far as just like, I mean, do we understand the biological components and that are driving it?
Nope.
That, I mean, I guess that's what I'm talking about. When we don't know how to replicate it and we know that it's not inheritable, what's going on?
Lucas Bagnera exposed. Liar. Drama.
What is it?
I don't know. Something. It's calico. That's all you need to know.
It's calico.
And you could be the first to prove it out.
No, shut up. Yeah. Don't get joked into that scam if someone tries
Yeah.
to tell you that you can prove out calico. People have been trying forever.
That's why, I should.
But Lucas, you can do it.
Yeah, you can be the first one for $5,000.
I'm signing off.
So these were very early morphs that came in. Calico came in, I believe, during the 90s, still never proved out. You can find a lot of them in the wild today. Tigers came in the 1980s and 1990s, and then anneries would have came in at least in the 90s.
All right.
Next slide.
Let's go to the
Fun
infamous
stuff.
The fun
albinos.
stuff. Albino, Nathan's favorite topic. There's
the
a lot
most
of-
confusing topic.
Oh my gosh, yes, I'm sorry. So I'll try to break this down in a way that makes sense if it doesn't stop me. Excuse me. So I believe the very first, well, I'll backtrack. There was a newspaper photo, I believe, of a dead albino found. And that would have been in either the very early 90s or the late 80s. I'm forgetting. But there was a photographed one and it was dead. Pete Call, who he's done a lot, he's another name. He imported what was a T-negative albino form. We'll see what that turned out to be later in the next slide. But from Central Peninsular Malaysia, a lot of the albino types came from Malaysia, but in more recent years, they found a lot in Sumatra for some reason. So
Have you seen some of the new Sumatra albinos
Dude,
that have been
they're
coming
cool.
out? They
Yeah.
look insane.
yeah,
It's like a neon orange.
the Philippines?
No.
Oh, it's cool. I'll find that and send it to you. It's cool. And then I think I briefly, oh no, this was off the air, but Bob Clark's lavender phase came in April of 94 through Anson Wong, the Lizard King, famous animal smuggler, very interesting man with a very interesting history.
Now that would be like the ultimate reptile interview right there.
Dude.
I would be like
we could
interviewing
do-
Hank Molt though.
We can even do
Okay, yeah. Hank Molt might edge out Anson Wong.
I would say we could probably do an entire episode on just each of those
Yeah. that would be
without
cool.
even interviewing them to talk about the history.
I mean, the history of reptiles in captivity is smuggling, so it's nothing new.
No, absolutely. It's still going on today.
Hank Molt's not alive though, is he?
I think he is, but I cannot find any way to contact him.
Because he's
Okay.
oh, never mind. Anyways.
So I think he is still alive. I'd love to talk to him just because that's a fascinating source of history. And then Kevin imported another lavender-like one too. I don't know what happened to that. I can't find out what happened to it. Do you guys know?
No idea.
You know who would probably know is Andy Dietz. He would probably be a good person to ask that question to. So here nor there. And then as far as I know, there's at least 12 forms of heritable albinism in reticulated pythons. For people who don't know, it was very, I always like to say it was kismet that the lavender phase was the one that was found for Bob Clark, because that allowed for purple albinos, white albinos, and lavenders to be kept. If it was only one of the other colored phases, we would have only had that single color phase. But because it was lavender, we had the other three.
It's fate.
So yes, it was fate. So because of fate, we had purples whites, and lavenders, all three can be called Clark strain albinos. And then you have Indo Caramel, Mocha, Rennick Ghost, rest in peace, Ben Rennick. Have you guys watched any of the trial videos from Lindley?
Not anything from the trial.
Oh,
No,
it's
I've seen like tiny clips, but like nothing. No. Do they have like a documentary style thing about the trial itself? Because I've heard and seen plenty on, just the story. But
I mean, they did the Dateline thing, but I don't know if
Yeah.
it had trial.
no,
I
it
don't
was
think so.
it was
you
more
guys-
just on the story of what happened.
Were you in the reptile? Were you tuned into the reptile community when that happened?
Yeah.
I was looking into retics, kind of like not keeping them at the time, and
I think I already had my first super dwarf at the time.
so but I do remember that being a very I was in the groups prior to having my first retic for I think 2 to 3 years, and that's just where I heard of it. Didn't know who he was or anything.
I was at a show I was at a show that they vended, and I remember Ben was very nice and Lindley very unassuming. I knew who she was. So she was someone who was involved, and then to find out all those years later that she was probably the one that murdered him was insane and horrible.
Yeah. I mean, literally the scam of the century, with, the donations, everything that happened.
Yeah. For a very nice person too. So it's a shame.
Yeah. That's a major loss for the reptile community.
Yeah. Just a shame because everyone thought it was a robbery. That's
right.
What it was. Horrible. Regardless, Rennick Ghost, a very cool mutation. Travis Warren is carrying on Ben Rennick's legacy with that mutation. So that's very noble, for lack of a better word, of Travis to do that, because I think Ben Rennick's story should be shared. Then you have Fulsham Caramel albino, amelanistic blonde albino, type 3 albino, sharp strain albino, and Honey Blast albino.
Cool. Let's jump to the next one, if I can. Oh, so let's get in.
Yeah, let's see if you can actually do this.
Let's see, guys. We got this. Maybe.
So as a preface, this is a video from Bob Clark, posted quite a few years ago, about the very first albino reticulated python.
The lavender.
Oh, is the audio not coming through?
Audio's not coming through.
Okay, well, I can narrate it. Basically, that was the wild caught lavender. This is on YouTube. Anyone can Google it. That was the wild caught lavender found in 1994, brought in by Anson Wong. He had a very hard time acclimating to captivity. He didn't eat for 2 years. And once he did, he produced, I think, Bob said, hundreds of babies directly. And then he's grandfathered thousands. And all Clark strain albinos come directly from him, which is crazy. Think of all of the inbreeding from that.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And how prevalent they still are today.
Yeah. I mean, it's the cornerstone for many people's collections. I know it is for mine. So Thanks, Bob. I can't keep what I have without.
You could say that about anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But to know the people, it's kind of different.
Okay, you can go on to the next one.
Speaking of different.
So I tried to take a little selection of the different albino strains, specifically the ones that people don't know as much about. The very first photo is the sharp strain albino. That was a photo from our good friend Rodney. Shout out to Rodney.
It's a bummer that never took off, but
I know. I don't know what happened.
I like them.
I don't have any locality data for that. It's a very cool snake, a melanistic type. How else would you describe that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a melanistic, but as an adult, there was definitely a little more hints of orange than the faint yellow as males got older. So it was basically kind of from the pictures that I've seen, as they grew up, it would gain more white, but the yellows would become like darker and orange almost.
So it's a shame that I don't know if there are even any left.
I might have seen a post in the Nation a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone's
Working with it.
breeding them. Yeah.
Mhm.
But I remember seeing that too. The second photo is of Jay Brewer of Prehistoric Pets. He's holding Twinkie,
yeah.
who was the longest albino snake in captivity. She was actually a part of that very first amelanistic clutch that hatched in 2003. When she was born at Baldago's place and then sold to the original iteration of Slither Inc., where the Pruitt half brothers called her T-Rex, and then they sold it to Jay, who called her Twinkie. So that's the kind of an interesting history. And then she grew out to be huge.
Yeah.
So, and it's interesting to trace the history all the way back from Pete Call and then to the Baldagos to the original iteration of Slither Inc. to Jay, all from that very first A-male clutch.
Sad that she didn't even live 20 years.
Yeah. In the third photo, we have the aforementioned Anson Wong with the very first albino retic that Bob Clark had. Very cool piece of history. I don't know if that animal is still alive. Probably not. But
and just so everyone who's watching knows, it's Anson on the left in that photo.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then there were also forms of albinism that were brought in that weren't heritable. So this project went by a couple different names. I believe it was originally called Purple Pink. Someone, I think, wanted to name it Purple Hypo. But it was a project that never took off. I believe even the heterozygous animals had digestive issues. The original one was bred to a super tiger, and the project just never worked out. But we often don't see the ones that didn't make it, so that's why I wanted to include that animal.
Yeah, no, that's a project that you made me aware of. So it's a cool looking animal. So
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that they had that many issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you can go to the next slide. And then onslaught of new morphs. This is where it kind of gets interesting. So all of these morphs will be very commonly known to everyone. Genetic stripe was first proven to be heritable in 2001 by Bob Clark. The locality information on that animal is that it was brought in as an Indonesian through work mostly by Travis Warren. It's pretty obvious that it probably came from Madura because practically every other genetic stripe in the wild has been found in Madura. For some reason, the East Javans, and then by extension Madura retics seem to be a little bit smaller. So when the original genetic stripe was brought in, it was called a dwarf because it was very small. Nowadays, if you buy a genetic stripe, do not think you are buying a small animal just because the original male was very small.
Yeah.
Unless you're buying it from Cliff. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No comment. The golden child once again. No, it has been claimed that golden child came from Slayer.
Do you know where one was recently found?
Sumatra.
Yeah.
Right. There was a couple found in Ryu.
Right.
That's what the pause was for.
Yeah.
You're going to see me do...
No, I thought he seized for a second.
You're going to see me do 3 more pauses here. Maybe I'll just skip over the locality information. But golden
Don't
child.
do that.
Whatever, it's true. Sunfire. Oh gosh, I don't remember where Sunfire's been found. Proven in 2004. I think we should rename it Shane Fire at this point.
Yeah, he's perfected it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Platinum. The story behind the platinum is very interesting because it was originally they found the white snakes and then the visual heterozygotes, which are platinums, were brought in to through one person, and then the actual white snakes were brought in through another person, and the people that were selling them didn't know that. So there's a very interesting history that I don't want to go into because of recent events, but lots of interesting history for the platinum mutation. And
I mean, platinum, lemon glow, fire.
Yeah, so that's a good point. The fire and platinum are the exact same animals.
Yep.
One was called fire by Bob. Who called it platinum? Was it Jay? It might have been Jay. I don't remember. But they were the two that were really working with that project. And then Lemon Glow came out of the UK. And it's the same thing where Ultra Ivories don't have problems. Black-eyed leucistics have problems. And then what's the third that I'm forgetting?
There's Ivory, Ultra Ivory, and...
I just Ivory. Yeah. I don't think Ivories have problems, right?
No, I mean, even Ultras really don't. It's just the B.
Just the bells.
BOs, yeah.
So I forget where they came from. Anthrax has been found everywhere, really, in the wild. So the 2004 date when the original male was bred to poison ivy makes sense. And then titanium, 2006.
Wait, did you just beat around the bush with anthrax?
What?
Did you beat around the bush with anthrax, didn't you? Anyways.
There's been some very recently found in Sumatra.
Yeah, but they're doors.
No comment.
Titanium,
not a dwarf. The visual heterozygotes, citron. A lot of people. Do people still work with citron?
Yeah, Chris just actually made visual 50% super dwarf titaniums, and he likes to hold back the citrons. Citrons are great, man. Citrons are one of the few heterozygous that you can. I mean, the color just pops compared to the normals.
I'm very, very, very outdated on the morphs. So,
I mean, people still call them citrons. There's not a lot of people working with it. Like I said, I think outside of Chris McVicker producing these 50% super dwarf titaniums, I haven't seen anyone produce titaniums in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the only person I know working that project.
Yeah, I think they're out of fashion by now. Orange Ghost Stripe has been found several times in East Java. Once again, the animals from East Java do tend to be a little bit smaller. That was proven to be heritable in 2008. Oh, and then I should have corrected myself. I do have the date for platinum. But Motley has arisen 4 different times in Bob Clark's collection, which is crazy.
That's wild.
And also once in Garrett's, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank you for correcting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once in Garrett's as well. And from animals that had no, actually, technically that would have been Don Munson's, but.
Oh, yeah. But
it was a joint breeding between the two. I'd have to ask Garrett.
Yeah, it hatched at Garrett's.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So Motley seems to be one of those that just rises a lot. So Motley is Oklahoma City locality. Once again, I am old, so I knew phantoms originally as phantom stripes. I don't know when they were first proven heritable. Probably right around the same time as Orange Ghost Stripes. Probably another. Well, where phantoms have been found in Java and somewhere else that I'm forgetting, but here nor there.
All right.
Next slide, please.
Ooh, yes, world's first craze, something we are still dealing with today. So, do you guys remember this website?
I've heard of it, but I never got to visit it.
If you want the link, I can send it to you.
Okay.
Yep, I discovered that in high school.
Ooh, I discovered other things in high school. So,
Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior.
Never mind. I was going to continue that. Never mind. World of Retics is.
Listen, you are refrained from holding back on the 3rd series of this.
You know how much you would have to cut out?
Don't worry about that. I'll take care of that.
Oh, you're gonna have a project on your hands.
Yeah, there would be so much editing you would have to do. I apologize profusely.
I'll let you think there's going to be a lot of editing.
I mean, you hear me on our phone calls and I don't hold back. So it's not good. Nevertheless, World of Retics is a website I believe it was created by the same people who created World of Ball Pythons.
Go figure.
Oh, I know. How wild is that? It served the same purpose where it was a database of all of the different base morphs and the combinations of those morphs. I remember watching the Prehistoric Pets videos, and then it would be Rafi's videos at Nerds. Those were great videos. I wonder what happened to Rafi. But nevertheless, they had a sidebar of those. So this is something I want to ask you guys about. We don't see this craze as much as we used to, but the effects are something we still see. So what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Nathan.
Cop out.
I mean, I'll let him go first because I got plenty of thoughts.
I do too, and Glenn and I were talking about it before the episode.
I tend to, if for those of you listening, tend to know I ramble, so I want to give Nathan the floor first, so that anything he covers, I don't have to ramble about.
I'll just talk about the one thing that bugs me about it right now. Just keep it relevant. We see some animals with some phenotypes that maybe shouldn't be here, and people are getting all up in arms about it.
Right.
To a degree where it almost becomes like, oh, we should be blacklisting these people. They're no good and they're a danger to the hobby.
I think we should list them regardless. If they did nothing wrong.
This has been happening since retics have been imported, and will continue to happen long after we're gone.
Yeah.
So I think the world's first craze is, just marketing and a lot of hype. Like, we're gonna eventually have these animals floating around anyway. So
right. I think the whole world's first craze in regards to like combos and stacking genes, and I'm sure we're going to get into it after these slides because I'm peeking ahead. But I've never liked the idea of gene stacking recklessly. Everything is very intent for me and has a purpose. And when you decide to just throw a bunch of morphs together, you end up with a lesser version of a snake compared to the better version of the individual morph from that stacking. That probably made no sense to anybody.
No.
If you, I mean, we did a whole episode on it.
Right. It's just, it's if you stack enough, and Glenn, I know I peeked ahead, but I would have said this anyways. If you stack enough, you end up with a solid orange or yellow snake. And it looks like crap.
Solid tan.
Right.
The stripe down the back,
Right. For me, I would rather produce the best looking single or double visual gene animal and perfect it than give you a Motley Phantom Tiger Marble albino like
50% dwarf.
Shut up. 50% genetic striped dwarf.
Calico.
Right.
You see people starting to do that now, which I like. Like you have Weston over at Wildfire that's focusing on just creating some of the best purples that he can make based off what he likes in a purple. And you know, why not do that yourself? Find an animal that's unique that you hatch out and try to, build off those traits.
Yeah,
Sunfire Wishing.
Right. And I'm not trying to hate on the people that make 4 to 5 gene animals at all, but I guess what I would like to see, and I'm not making the assumption that they're not doing this, but if you get to the 4 or 5 gene animal, right, you at that point are looking at it and you have to make a decision at which direction you're going to go with that animal in order for it to not look washed out and bad. So just be smart as you continue to progress into like the whole gene stacking that you're not, I don't know. I guess like you just got to be smart and realize which phenotypic expressions, reduce color, enhance color, reduce pattern, enhance pattern, and then stack it with those that complement it. When you take a pattern reducer to a pattern enhancer, you're going nowhere. You're not advancing in one way or the other. Anyways,
I mean, have you seen those old photos of Rodney's purple albinos?
Dude, they were some of the best freaking purples ever.
And that was it was a base morph.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, it's, again, locality influence. And this is where, we'll talk about that.
I don't even know if there was locality influence in those.
No. But I'm saying, like, if we want to start doing that today,
gotcha, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, can you imagine what Halmahera purples would do? So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's where I think next episode we'll talk about the importance of locality stuff and that whole thing. But yeah, I just, we gotta get back to really perfecting the single and double gene animals because we got away from that for like 2 decades.
And that was the downfall of the mainland retic market.
Yep.
Because it created a bunch of animals that were monitor food.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to hit 1 in 18 chance odds, and the rest of the animals are not being sold. And super debatable topic that's been kind of a hot topic lately on podcasts, on forums. But at the end of the day, perfecting a single or double gene animal and creating a beautiful animal with those 2 genes is going to result in less culling. And needless death of life that you're bringing on to, yeah. Anyways,
yeah.
Let's look at the orange snakes.
So I was gonna go, as Lucas said, you can just kind of scroll through these.
Okay.
What happens when you are
now? Hold on, Nathan. Go back one.
This is why I didn't scroll.
Oh, I know. I will say, and I'm not going to do this with everyone, but that is that's an albino golden child, and I like white albino golden childs because they end up having those funky circular patterns on top. So that one I'm not going to discredit, but I like it.
Yeah, I was looking through my old photos to see if I could find.
Next one, yeah, orange snake, probably like 1,000 genes in there. Orange snake.
Yeah,
probably
it's like the quintessential orange snake.
Right. And I guarantee you all of these are all different genes.
Yeah, that's a different snake right there.
And don't get me wrong, they're like pretty of themselves, but when you end up getting to the same result using like several different type of morphs, you've gone too far. Yeah, see, that's that white golden child I was talking about that I'm kind of a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, they're cool.
The contrast, yeah, you can't hate that.
I just don't think that's not going to age well.
It's yeah, because the orange dulls out, and
yeah, that's a hatchling, so it's as good as it's going to get for that snake.
And these photos are probably 10 years old as well.
Yeah, they all look like they're from the same place. Same bedding, same tubs.
Same melamine enclosures.
Glen. Yeah, super. See, that one at least I can give it the white head. You know what sucks too? And I haven't been in this position yet, but can you imagine dedicating like 12 years into a project to then end up with that result? You know how much money, time, and effort that is?
You know how many ball python breeders you could see the exact same thing?
Oh, there's the end.
Okay.
You can go back. I love that photo. I was very proud of that one.
Yeah, that's a little grumpy snake.
So the moral of the story is with that world's first craze that we saw, and that was in the later aughts and then the early 2010s, because we were able to stack those base morphs. That's kind of what I should have elaborated on. Yeah.
I can't wait until we ruin Aztec in the U.S.
See you tomorrow. I'm sure someone's already ruined it.
I'm talking about until we completely Aztec for like the crazy circular busy pattern and everything. We're going to be producing multiple gene Aztecs that are literally like solid.
What's crazy is that there's multiple Aztecs into the U.S.
No,
from different people.
Absolutely. I think the person that just posted them publicly was like, there's a bunch of shit with Slither going on, so might as well go for it. So like, I'm not
him, to be honest.
right. He's like, those pictures look a lot worse than me showing this picture off. So here's my chance.
Nathan and I were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
There was a couple. There was an Emeraldo to an Emeraldo breeding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bacon retics.
Bacon. It's Bacan. All right. Next slide.
Yes. So this is really the downfall of mainland reticulated pythons. Had it not been for this, we still would have seen, at least for a couple more years, the intense morph stacking to death. But really, it was the Lacey Act that did in the mainland market. So what I wanted to do with this is I went into quite a bit of detail because people know the sentence retics are on the Lacey Act, and that's horribly misguided. So I want to break it down and understand the historical context behind it, because this dates back to 2009. And for those of you who are listening to audio, it was the U.S. Fish and Wildlife proposes listing 9 species, and technically a subspecies, of large constrictors non-native to the U.S. As injurious wildlife. So that was the Burmese python and then the Indian python, both Python maloris, because it's a subspecies thing. Northern afrock, southern afrock, retics, green anacondas, yellow anacondas, Benin anacondas, dish, not whatever, anacondas and boas.
Dishunsies?
What Nathan said.
That's the closest I got.
Did they add that new subspecies of anaconda? Is that on there? The one with the E?
I've never been kept up on anaconda stuff. Right. So I would say no, because it probably would have just read anacondas and their subspecies. But either way, this dates back to 2009 with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife wanting to add those species as injurious. There was a lot of back and forth within the reptile community with Fish and Wildlife. They were actually working hand in hand. A lot of people forget this. Greg Bryant, when I spoke with him, was retelling the story to me about how they ended up with some of these animals in the 2012 list, about how giving them afrox was like a give and take situation where no one really keeps afrox. So why not let the government take it if they're going to regulate it anyway, if we can keep retics and boas. And then no one can argue Burmese pythons. That's, a lost cause. There's just so much data that shows how horrible they are for the environment. Obviously not worse than land developers or feral cats, but still a large invasive constrictor is a large invasive constrictor.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally have the Florida Burmese python right now. They've been here established long enough.
Yeah, for decades on decades.
Or the Florida python, I should say.
Yeah. So they finalized that list. And then in 2012, that action prevented the interstate transport of burms, yellows, anacondas, and then both northern and southern afrox.
Could you imagine being a keeper and breeder when interstate commerce was banned?
Oh, do you? Oh,
I remember when it happened, but like, could you just imagine breeding at that time or being a keeper and them doing that? Like, panic.
I still have responses from my Senate, like actual legitimate responses from my senators in Congress, woman who I wrote to about this, and they weren't just the typical responses. They were actually personalized. Someone sat down and wrote it. So that was very cool.
Yeah, well, they didn't have Chat GPT to, write up an auto-generated response.
Unpaid interns.
Could you imagine if they did that?
They had unpaid.
Jeez.
And then, without getting too much into the history here, USARK filed a lawsuit regarding the designation of those species. The addition of the species under the Lacey Act is fairly controversial. I believe the Fish and Wildlife included Indian pythons range as Burmese pythons, and obviously they have different ranges. So I don't know if all of the necessary details went into that decision. So it was a fairly easy lawsuit to file. So there was a lot at play here. And then in 2014, U.S. Fish and Wildlife opens up public comment on the species that weren't added, and that includes retics. And then on March 6th, they list reticulated pythons as an injurious species, and that means no interstate commerce or no interstate transport and no importation. So I believe, Lucas, the parents for Basil were in probably the last shipment of reticulated pythons into the U.S.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when I talked to Doug Munson about that, and he felt pretty. He mentioned, that it might have been.
No one knows specifically for sure, but how many other shipments came in March of 2015?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting, and no one. Even then, it wasn't for the dwarf and super dwarfs. It was of interest, but it wasn't of major interest. I spoke with the importer about that directly.
Right.
He said he doesn't specifically remember if it was the last one because it wasn't as big of a deal. He didn't have people knocking down his door trying to get him in.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like there was maybe a handful of people in the country who, probably even less than a handful of people in the country that once this stuff happened, did everything that they could to try to get localities in. Mm-hmm. No one at that point still gave a shit.
Look who has pure localities. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh,
look who they trace back to.
No, exactly. But yeah, I mean, can I ask you a question, Glenn?
Yes, sir.
Since you've done all this research, you've compiled all this data, and we're looking at everything on the Lacey Act. Or actually, hold on. We still have a few highlights. I'll table my question for the end.
Okay. And then USARC filed temporary restraining order upon the implementation of them, yada, yada, yada. And then in April, they banned the importation and interstate transport. And then this is the history that gets interesting. In May of 2015, the DC District Court found that USARC was likely to succeed on the merits of its claim challenging the service's longstanding interpretation of interstate transport of injurious species. So that ruling set a very big precedent because it extends to more than just these 9 species of interest. Think about zebra mussels, injurious species, interstate transport. Exact same thing, but we're only looking at large constrictors. So
because we're scared.
That decision had very wide-ranging impacts, and it's very interesting to learn or to research why we have interstate transport but not importation. Because you'd think that if there were initially issues with the addition of these species, then both fronts could have been handled. But instead, the lawsuit really went for the interstate transport, and the DC District Court found it had merit. And then it was upheld 2 years later. So that's why we still have interstate transport, but why we don't have importation.
Yeah. I think it's frustrating that we stopped there. But so my question for you,
yes, sir,
is what are your thoughts on where we're at in terms of Nathan? You gotta let me know when you do that. Now we got an ugly screen just floating in here.
Nathan.
Oh, sorry. I thought it would just pop us right back.
No, we're here.
You don't give me this backseat access. Hopefully, I'll have it by next episode.
You'll have it by tomorrow on our live.
Okay, there we go.
So thoughts on Lacey Act, where we are with it, lack of importation, or not lack, but well, I guess I could say lack now,
Yeah.
but
Well, it is lack of importation, but not lack of smuggling. Two very different things.
right. So,
Legal
I mean,
importation.
and as far as retics being on the Lacey Act, I mean, and not going to bat to try to get them. I just want to hear your thoughts, kind of on that.
So, let us all be real. Retics are an injurious species.
Mhm.
You know, as Puerto Rico, these are a large constrictor that can kill people. Theoretically, they could become established in the Everglades. I'm surprised they aren't established in the Everglades.
I'm shocked.
Really, berms are what became established because of how popular they were as pets. I've discussed. Yes, sir.
Are we shocked? I mean, in the Everglades, it can get up to 100 degrees.
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't know the climate well enough. So.
Retics are pretty not good with heat.
Captive retics aren't good with heat.
But I feel like I mean, we can look into the highs and lows each year in Indonesia and where, any island, and I'm wondering, are they getting 100 plus degrees?
Sometimes, but then you also have to keep you have to keep in mind the amount of water that's in the Everglades.
Yeah, I mean, they could
100 degrees on the surface.
Yeah, they could keep themselves cool and swim a lot more.
They're an injury species. I don't think that should be even a debate. They're invasive in Puerto Rico. Obviously, they could have been invasive. They could still be invasive if everyone decided to go.
Debating. I was asking a question. I even raised my hand.
I have seen exposed. I've seen people argue that just that they couldn't be invasive or whatever. Seriously flawed argument. But Burmese in the Everglades really are the result of reptile keepers. From as much research as I can find, that's how they got there, which is a shame. And I think the captive reptile community should own that, because if we played a part in it, we should be able to play a part in its solutions.
You mean it wasn't Hurricane Andrew?
I mean, it didn't help, but...
Yeah. I mean, it wiped out some breeding facilities that definitely had Burmese, but
without a doubt.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, it contributed. It contributed, but I'm pretty sure active population, like a established population, happened in the 80s.
That's the consensus. That predating Andrew, there was already an established population, and then Andrew only made it worse. So we can pretend that it was out of our hands, but it wasn't.
Right? Yeah.
Right. I know that's unpopular, but oh well.
Well, look at how many Florida reptile keepers keep their animals outside.
Not necessarily for better or for worse either, but if you do it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, out of any other place in this country, it's the ideal place to be able to give yourself an animal an outdoor enclosure.
Yeah. And then as far as reticulated python importation, we haven't learned the mistakes from before 2015. So I don't understand why there should be a major push for importation, because Rodney's argument is we should have importation, but he wasn't the one making the mistakes during importation. He was the one getting localities with verified information.
What mistakes are you referring to?
Just the mass importation with little regard for where they came from, preserving pure locality types.
Right. Yeah.
And so let's say they open up importation tomorrow, the super dwarf islands are going to be decimated, even though we don't need to. We already have enough in captivity. If not, we can start breeding within the super dwarf islands, and then to the dwarf islands. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
The reason why wild-caught animals are okay is to establish a captive population. But if there's already an established captive population, there's no reason for further importation. So I like imports. I have an import, or I have a wild-caught, I should say, but it has to be done correctly.
Yeah.
And that was lost on the recent morph market scandal with wild-caught animals. Everyone was either up in arms, or people were up in arms about it, but there was just a fundamental misunderstanding on both fronts.
Yeah. I mean, I think they have their place. Absolutely. you know, a morph market, should they have a warning label?
Yes.
Absolutely. Why not?
Mhm.
Why, if you're going to be advertising a wild caught, then yeah, absolutely. That thumbnail, that picture should have, you know, there's a lot of uninformed people that go on there and are looking for animals. So
Scarlet king snakes are a great example. That's a species that's of great interest for me, but you can't find them captive bred.
yeah,
So
interesting. So
I don't know why.
Yeah, that's why I said interesting. That kind of threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
So, comment, speak.
No, I was just gonna say there's one on Morph Market right now. So
No. So in terms of wrapping this up, I am looking forward to the next episode. Do you mind highlighting what the next episode is going to be again?
yeah, so we're going to be looking specifically at the history of dwarf and super dwarf reticulated pythons in captivity. Once again, to define dwarf and super dwarfs, we're looking at the 7 localities in captivity from the Slayer Island chain. So that's Slayer, Tambalongan, Jampea, Kaiwati, Madu, Kalatoa, and then the Kurumpas.
Yeah. Just 7, huh? At least that have been subclassified.
So I always try to give that forewarning. There are probably thousands of insular populations of reticulated pythons. We only have 7. I mean, we don't even have all of them, to be honest.
I'm actually so glad that you use the term insular, because so many people are still so ignorant and say that, you know, that insular dwarfism isn't the reason. Or it doesn't. Yeah. It's like, okay, sure. Whether you've poured your heart and soul into your reptile business or you've just begun your business journey, AE Foundry has you covered with next-level expertise in graphic design, motion graphics, videography, photography, and so much more. If you've been dying for a new logo for your reptile business, motion graphics for your current logo, a new website, or need assistance making your video podcast come to life, then listen carefully. AE Foundry's mission places storytelling at its core. AE Foundry believes that a distinctive story and background are the driving forces that set your brand apart. In today's market, consumers seek more than just products. They crave a connection built on trust with the brands they cherish. AE Foundry is committed to empowering small businesses and fostering authenticity that resonates with their consumers. Reach out to them and let them help you craft a visual narrative that helps establish a genuine and lasting connection with your audience. To contact AE Foundry, email them at aromero@aefoundry.com or on Instagram at AE Foundry. When it comes to housing your retics, trust me, you're going to want an enclosure that will be just as strong and durable as your reticulated python. The Heartland Reptile Enclosure is next level tough and will outlive you and your retic by several generations. Heartland Reptile Enclosures are designed and manufactured out of powder-coated aluminum to provide the highest quality and longevity available in the reptile enclosure. What makes them even better is they are lighter than your PVC and plastic enclosures out there and are extremely tough. Stop playing around with plastic enclosures for your large constrictors and step up your enclosure game with the Heartland Reptile Enclosure. To inquire about one of these enclosures, speak to Jordan himself at Heartland Reptiles on Instagram, Facebook, and on TikTok. Here on TRL, we preach about the importance of using hooks, feeding tongs, and other tools with your reticulated python all the time. Animal Equipment by Stoney not only has all the tools you need for any snake you keep, but they have the absolute best hooks on the market. What sets Animal Equipment by Stoney's hooks apart from the other guys is their polycarbonate hook ends that provide a warm feel that won't disturb or bother your retic, ensuring a positive interaction from the get-go. Since 2008, AE Stoney has been supplying zoos, herpetologists, and other animal professionals with their tools. It's time for you to step your hook game up and buy an AE Stoney hook. To learn more and purchase one of their amazing products, visit aestoney.com.
We also want to thank VivTech Products for being an affiliate sponsor of the Retic Lounge. Stop by VivTech Products for the best UV spectrum lighting on the market that will enhance and improve your snake's overall well-being and health. Visit vivtechproducts.com and use the code ReticLounge23 today for 15% off. Again, visit vivtechproducts.com and use our affiliate code Retic Lounge 23 today for 15% off.
Looking for the perfect accessories for your hatchlings or juvenile retics? Look no further than Heli Guy Serpents. Our sponsor, Chris Sexton, is coming in hot with an amazing 3D printer, creating top-notch perches and other caging accessories for your beloved pets. Enrich your retics environment with their high-quality products. Use our promo code TRL10 for a 10% discount on your purchase. Visit them today at heliguyserpents.com and start giving your pets the best. Heli Guy Serpents, the premier source for 3D printed caging accessories. Again, that's www.heliguyserpents.com and use our promo code TRL10 for 10% off all of your 3D printed accessories today.
Glenn, if you don't mind, I want to jump into the rest of this presentation that you have to take us home on this final venture.
Yes, sir. So Nathan, whenever you are ready. Okay, so part 3, you guys know what we're doing by now. So
yeah,
pretty clear.
Hopefully you don't have to yell at me so much this episode. I'll try to keep on top. But
I have a lot of faith in you, Nathan. So,
thank you.
Do me proud.
All right. Well, let's jump in. History of reticulated pythons in captivity, part 3. I think we've already covered that. So let's get going.
Yes, sir. Oh, did I forget to put in the timeline? Darn it. Okay.
I think it's.
Oh no, it's coming.
Yeah.
I'm smarter than I think. So 2 points of clarification on. Okay. Ow. 2 notes of clarification on the previous episode. I incorrectly stated that Bob Clark's wild-caught lavender phase albino was caught in Malaysia. It was actually caught in Burma and then taken to Malaysia because that's where Anson Wong's office was. That's not well-known information. Bob Clark in the video says it's from Malaysia. Every source says it's from Malaysia. So please don't fault me too greatly. It was actually from Burma, but small note of clarification. And then a more important note of clarification was when I was discussing the tiger, I incorrectly stated that there were multiple tigers at this time, but for the tigers that we see in captivity, they all date back to Carl Herman and Monty Cruzan. So the Barkers who used the tigers they got from the duo to make super tigers, same can be said for the Baldoggos. And then Bob Clark's tigers, one of which was Fluffy, all came from Carl Herman and Monty Cruzan. So I want to thank the 2 gentlemen who reached out and provided that further background information on that. We are going to be doing an entire morph spotlight on tiger because it's such an interesting mutation. There is a tiger that actually predates Herman and Cruzan's. That one's called Oddball. And then the Old Man, which was Herman and Cruzan's. The 2014 tiger captured in Bicol, Philippines, that Carson Woolner is now working with. And then another Sumatran tiger that was found in 2019.
I can't wait to get into that, especially that Philippine tiger.
Oh, it's cool. It's actually going to be a very thinly veiled sales pitch for Lucas's tiger head ocelots and then Nathan's clutch that had tigers in it. So
yeah, the tiger head purple.
Promo code is going to be like crooked tongue for 30% off.
I don't have any crooked tongues, but I think that 1 or 2 that at the very tip of the tail, like I'm talking very tip, have the tiniest kink. And it's just the tigers.
Tigers are fun.
Yeah. So there's a lot of information, and I hope that by doing an entire episode, we can properly explore and honor those who worked so hard to bring that mutation into captivity.
We call them, by the way, we call them morph talks, not morph spotlights. That's Garrett's thing. Okay, Garrett's got the morph spotlight. We do morph talk. Okay.
Watched so many of those videos, and I've subconsciously thought they are yours because his are so much better. So sorry.
Absolutely. I just don't want to. I don't want people to be like, "Oh, they're stealing Garrett's morph spotlight." They're not spotlights, okay?
These are faster and prettier. We stumble through them for a while.
Yeah, we stumble through them. We provide way more info that is irrelevant that you'll never need. So come subscribe to our channel.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. The bullshit back and forth.
Hey,
right?
I mean, that's what makes it human. Lucas was just on NPR, and that has quickly become one of my favorite podcasts because Eric and Owen are so human.
Yeah.
They make mistakes, they admit it, and then they learn from it. And there's not a lot of other people who in the reptile industry share that sentiment and share it publicly. So go listen to Lucas's interview with them.
And I'm objectively saying this because I've listened to NPR for years, but Lucas's episode is hands down one of my favorites. So
Yeah, that was
Knock
very,
it off,
very
guys. Knock it off. Let's get to the history.
Hey, well, okay. It is difficult. It's easier to fixate on all of the things that are bad in the captive reptile industry. So when someone does something good, when someone does something positive, I want to make note to call it out, because I can sit here and complain for 2 hours, or I can take 30 seconds and congratulate someone on a job well done.
Appreciate it. Maybe we'll drop the link down in the description if we remember.
That's
I have a little bit of time before this episode drops, so I'll throw it down there for everyone who's curious. Those guys are great. I mean, they have one of the longest running podcasts in the reptile industry, and
Yeah, I think they're on 13 years.
Yeah, and they're not like full-time snake people. They're not making a career out of breeding, so it kind of offers a similar perspective, I feel like, that the Retic Lounge does, and we owe them a lot.
There was a comment that someone made on the YouTube channel episode with me that someone was like, I love TRL. It reminds me of a young NPR. And that to me was like the biggest compliment, because if I could try to head in that in a direction, NPR is what I would try to be emulating.
Yeah, I think just listening to so many different podcasts over the years, authenticity is always what has rung true to me and has kept me watching certain shows. So that's what I've always aimed for here.
Yeah. And then, so on a final note, once again, this is neither a condemnation or a commendation of those mentioned in this presentation. There are going to be names who very recently have taken on a negative image in the reptile hobby. It's not my place to judge them. I am not the ethics or morality police. Once again, this is the history as I understand it. If there is a controversial figure who has given me information, I will say their name, because if we don't acknowledge where these snakes came from and who brought it in, we are taking out a significant portion of their history. Which is
history, right?
Yeah, it's
one
history.
thing that we forget quite a bit in the reptile industry and working with animals, and we get pretty heated pretty quick over certain situations, and we're all human. We're all going to do something that's not in the best light at all times, and there's good and bad with all these people that we're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah. That'd be like talking about Christianity without mentioning the Romans.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick any religion, any culture, any government. There's horrible things done by all of them, but
right,
it's the history.
All right.
Okay.
Let's jump in.
Yeah.
All right. So as we talked about earlier, we're just going into 2015 to the present. We've already covered everywhere from the 1700s up to now, when the Lacey Act was put in place. So let's jump in.
Yeah. So I've tried to create this chronologically. However, you run into a major issue when you're discussing mainland reticulated pythons after the Lacey Act ban. Because as both of you guys know, there is no history. They have gone to the wayside, unfortunately. And it's disappointing to see in some regard, because the people who can own these big snakes, take care of them properly, that's a subset of the market that should be catered to. However, it's really becoming irrelevant because there's no longer any demand for them. So there's lots of interesting things happening, but because no one wants it anymore, it's not existing. Would you guys agree with that?
To a point, I would say Weston over at Wildfire is still kind of trying to preserve that aspect of it in terms of just large locality keeping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that there's definitely a market for it, but it's a diminishing and dead one, especially in today's day and age where a lot of people are more honed in on the ethics of keeping. It's going to be really hard, especially with the economy the way that it is, to try to fish a extremely high value price for an animal that is going to get that big because not a lot of people are focusing on that. But you have some people doing it correctly. You have Aubrey Pruitt, you have Weston at Wildfire. I know Shane is keeping really well. There's a lot of people that are still trying to keep mainlands alive. And to be honest, as much as the super dwarf industry doesn't want to admit it, we need them. We need them to continue to do well. We need them to continue to create new morphs that they're way ahead of for super dwarfs so that we have a better idea of what they're going to look like. And, it's funny that you mentioned in that picture right there, the Bob Clark Aztec. Like there are those type of things that are starting to fire up and reignite this fuel for the mainland market. Now, what's cool about Aztec, it's a codom, so you can take it directly to
incomplete
a super
dominant
either way, right? Or incomplete dom.
I'm just saving you from Christina Hill.
I know she went off on me about like
Good.
what was it, morph or
Gene.
Gene, right? One of the questions she asked in our Q&A on Patreon was, Lucas, what's the difference between a morph and a gene? And I have her reply that I'm going to read verbatim on the video. But anyways, yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, and there are still interesting things happening, like the Ocelot project, which I know Lucas is involved in. We only have one legally imported pecan, which belongs to Aubrey Pruitt. Her name's Connie. Beautiful, beautiful animal. And
she's
then,
a butthead.
I believe it. I mean, I think she's F1. So, and then of course we have Aztec. ...
The king right now.
Okay, you can go to the next slide.
All right. ...
Okay, so I've said this previously in episodes, but I am not naive to the point that there are only 7 dwarf and super dwarf localities.
You're wrong.
These are simply the ones represented from the Slayer Island chain in the U.S. captive setting. So for this episode, we are specifically going to be looking at Slayer, Tambalongan. For Saputrii, Saputrii also includes the Bantaing, Sulawesis. People know those. Up into about halfway up, what would that be called? The Isthmus? No, that would be Peninsula. Here nor there. And then working down towards Jampianis, we have Tana Jampea, Plua Kayawati, Plua Madu, Honey Island, Plua Kalatoa, Plua Krumpulampo, and Krumpa Kiti. So obviously there's probably tens of thousands of dwarf and super dwarfs. However, these are the ones that are in U.S. captivity right now. Yes, Lucas.
You can talk, Lucas.
Yeah, no, I want to be respectful to Professor. So are Sulawesis and Bantaing Sulawesis, are they considered Saputrii as well?
Yes.
So all of
not all of Sulawesi,
or just that line that you said?
Yeah, there's of course, the book that I would reference is being
not
used to. No, it's propping up my laptop so that my eye level is with the camera, so I can't show you.
No worries.
Is it Pythons of Asia?
Yeah, Pythons of Asia, and then
Okay,
Malay
so
Archipelago.
You guys talk.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So there is a line. So there are Sulawesis that are part of the Saputrii as well.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's good to know because I do see pictures of Constrictor Cove, Chris. I see pictures of his Bantaing that he has. And it's got that cute little rounded, stubby, kind of like someone flicked a retic's nose and they got stuck in. Mm-hmm. Has that cute face as well. So
so that's
actually pretty cool. Yeah, I learned something new today, guys.
There you go.
So yeah, for anyone interested in what's propping up Glen's computer right now and what we're referencing quite a bit in this is the Pythons, Pythons of the World, Volume 3 of Asia and Malay Archipelago.
I'm going to order it right now.
You should.
Yeah, it's a
100%.
great book in terms of just breaking down the subspecies of reticulated python. It taught me quite a bit.
And one of the authors is Mark Iulia, who wrote the 2002 paper where he defined Jampianis and Saputrii.
The one that's outdated?
I wouldn't call it outdated, to be honest.
Isn't there one that recently surfaced after that?
There was the 2016 Hanifa et al., but I wouldn't say it's outdated. The Hanifa et al. Paper?
Holy crap! That book right now on Amazon is $75.
Yeah, it's not
Lucas,
cheap.
just go to NARBC and pick it up at one of the tables.
They'll be
It's
there?
a lot cheaper. I want to say
Oh,
I
yeah, it's
picked mine
Eco
up for
Publishing.
like $45-$50.
Gosh. Okay, I'll pay that, but $75. Damn.
I'm going to charge you 80 if I ever release a book to make a point.
Did they say what kind of retic that was on the cover? Because that kind of looks Philippine. Anyways,
Maybe, I don't know.
next slide.
I'll jump to
Oh, and then one note I should say, even though we consider the Saputri, the insular Saputri, and then Jampionus the dwarf and super dwarfs, there were dwarfs that entered the reptile trade before them. I referenced this book, the Burmese Python General Care and Maintenance of, with select notes on other species. And I didn't finish one of the sentences last time, but the author wrote, other forms include silver retics with very light silvery gray heads and background coloration, and dwarf forms said to originate from Timor. And this book was written
That's awesome.
in 1991. So there were dwarfs from Timor all the way back then that were entering the captive reptile trade. So this
love to
isn't
see
anything
this.
new. Okay. I'm going to actually start with a question for both of you now that we're moving into the history that you guys will know. Lucas, I'm going to ask you this question with a particular spin, and Nathan, I'm going to ask you this question with a particular spin, but how do you guys understand the history of dwarf and super dwarfs in captivity? Nathan, you with a focus on the morphs. The other day we were talking about pro reptiles and how those imports are where your lines trace back to. And then Lucas, as a locality nerd, how do you view it?
Okay, cool. Nathan, want to go first?
Yeah, I haven't done a ton of digging besides just where my animals originated from in terms of, where they are established and how they got into the States, especially with that pro reptiles line.
Mm-hmm.
So I could say my understanding of the morph side of things is actually pretty small.
I don't know. How many other people can trace it back that far?
Well, I mean, that was all with the help of Garrett. So, I mean,
Who helped through Richard Bilbo.
yeah.
So
yeah.
there's a long line of people.
No, in fact, when I first got my animals, they were sold to me, my two establishing animals, my anery and my purple albino that came from that pro reptiles line. They were sold as 87.5% super dwarf. This was back before people started digging into the origins of, all the importation and everything. And then there were some questions that popped up. Richard and Garrett did some digging and found out that line had been mixed with some Jampea over the years, and ended up that last 12.5% was actually Jampea and not super dwarf locality. So,
And that information was out there. Someone just had to look for it. So good for you.
yeah, I mean, even with our last episode, that information's always been out there. People could have dug for themselves to find out about TK, and it's just a matter of the effort you want to put into legitimizing your animals, I guess.
Yeah. And you made a point to do that. So good for you.
Yeah.
And then Lucas, what's your understanding?
So ask the question again. Understanding of
What's your general understanding of the history of super dwarfs in captivity? If you had to explain it to someone who didn't know anything about it, how would you do it?
Okay. Before I even start, I just want to give a shout out to Theron Lance, whose little baby is off to the right on that picture, who produced that. So, but anyways, so I would tend to tell people in terms of history, dwarf and super dwarf, that they were in our country back in the 90s. They started importing Jampeas, and but back then, locality data was not very. It wasn't available. People didn't care, and then there's also the part of history that says that exporters didn't want us to know, what islands that these animals were caught from. But these marketing terms came up as super dwarf and dwarfs, and that was to describe these animals that stayed smaller, were more silver in nature, had more broken up patterns, and they were imported at a decent rate in the 90s and early 2000s. and people were working with them, and they were something that were fairly popular. But at that point, like we talked about, the morph craze was still going on, and we were trying to import morphs and gene stack and find really cool combos that were happening. And so they started gaining a lot more popularity around 2013 once the Lacey Act ban kind of started to get implemented, and it was known in 2013 and 14 that we were going to stop importation, where locality information in general started increasing, and a lot of people started importing locality animals, specifically dwarf and super dwarfs, as well as others. But that's when we started getting a lot of really good locality data. And we reached a point where they were popularized in around 2017 from Garrett Hartle, who kind of started this new wave of information and educating people on, these smaller retics. And it's gone all the way to now where, we really pride ourselves in locality information and being able to trace back animals. And I think that locality is more and more starting to become more appreciated. It's still not nearly as much as, the morph craze. And, I think rightfully so, because morphs can be beautiful. Nothing beats a classic purple or Indo-Caramel albino. They're just like phenomenal looking animals, right?
Yeah, but I mean, when I open up that tub and I can show someone what a reticulated python in the wild is supposed to look like, I don't know that I get a lot more satisfaction.
There's a good tingle, right? There's a tingle somewhere. I'm not going to say where.
Look at how cool and bright all these snakes are, and then I kind of finish off with that wild type because I'm like, this is what they're supposed to look like.
Right. So yeah, I mean, if I were to kind of describe the history, that would be it in a nutshell. They were imported in. They weren't worked with very heavily. There's a few people that were working with them. Lacey Ban Act started happening. People started caring about localities, and now we're in a craze because of one person who revived the retic industry and kind of got it back on its, because the retic industry was slowly kind of just like going downhill. And then now, boom, we have a popular animal that people are wanting more and more of. So there you go.
Do you want to cut the episode there?
No.
I don't need to talk anymore.
No,
that was a very good summation.
Lucas, he was just trying to get a cop out and get onto his 4th of July festivities, blow some fingers off.
Oh, no, I mean, for a general summation, that was a great overview. And basically all I'm going to do is add a little bit more context and add in a few more details. So if you don't want to listen, just listen to what Lucas had said and shut me up for the rest of the episode.
Stick around. It's going to be worth it.
I hope so. Okay. So back to why we're actually here. The first true dwarf or super dwarf from the Slayer Island chain that was imported came from Jampea. There were claimed animals that were supposed to have come from Jampea that were imported in the early 90s, but they ended up being an entirely different subspecies, got huge. And it wasn't until 1995 to 1996 when Cameron Tepidellen of Bushmaster imported the first Jampeas into the country. You're going to hear Cameron's name mentioned quite a few times during this presentation. I don't want to say single-handedly, but he played a very outsized role in bringing these insular populations to the U.S. in captivity. In the late 90s, early 2000s, Bushmaster was one of the only people bringing in locality-specific animals. So if you're interested in the green tree pythons, like Lucas is becoming more of a green tree python nerd over a reticulated python one, you will hear Cameron and Bushmaster mentioned all the time because he was bringing in locale-specific GTPs. And then, unlike the previous episode, I was able to connect with a lot of these people firsthand, including Cameron. So all of this information does come, or some of this information does come from him. So if it's incorrect, take it up with him. This is how he told it to me. So he was the first one to import it in 1995 to 1996. He was probably the one that came up with the term dwarf. And that's I would say, correct term. If you want it to be scientific, it would be dwarfed. But for
dwarfed.
I mean, that's something only I care about, and I recognize that. But for captive purposes, I don't see an issue with the term dwarf.
No, I mean, I've seen other people fighting that terminology as well. So
including me. But
including
Yeah,
me. But
That's
I have
only
my
when it
own
comes to
reasons for
science. Yes, because if it's science, that's something different. But if it's just common colloquial, I don't care. So dwarfs probably came from him. And these animals were originally pretty small when they came in. I would say probably all less than 10 feet. They weren't massive, but then very soon they became massive. So the first image on our left is the late great Jim Gaspar. I only heard incredible things when people were remembering him during our conversations. He famously had 3 F1s from the Baldoggos. I'll get into that a little later. But his snakes grew massive. One of his females got to, I believe, 18 and a half feet. And there's a video on Jake Klott's YouTube channel of him and Shane messing with one of them. So I think anyone should go.
trying to hold the Jampea together.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
mean,
a massive snake.
That one in the picture is easily 12, 13 feet.
Yeah, massive snake. And that's only an F1, so one generation removed from the wild.
Right.
From what I can tell, the first captive breeding of Jampeas was from Al and Cindy Baldago. They were the ones who produced the first super tigers. They were briefly mentioned in the last episode, and they'll get a further mention. Excuse me. I can't tell if the Baldagos got their animals from Cameron or if Al imported them. He was the first one to import Boland's pythons. Fun fact there. There's a very interesting story regarding him and Boland's pythons, but that's out of the purview of this show.
Is that some of the information shared in Stolen World?
I don't know. Maybe.
I know there's a chapter or 2 on Boland's pythons in there, and I just can't.
That would be a good
I can't
question.
quite remember. It's been a year or 2 since I read that book.
But nevertheless, he was the first person to bring them in. So a lot of history there. Unfortunately, he and Cindy are no longer in the reptile trade, no longer interested in speaking about reptiles. So I can't confirm these details with them, unfortunately. But they were the first to breed them in 1999. And what they did was they would sell the offspring through people like Bob Clark, Mike Wilbanks, and Nerd under their banners. And a lot of time, those babies would go out into Europe because even at that time, Europe had a stronger locality market than the US. Eventually, the Baldagos sold their trio of wild caughts to Mike Wilbanks. Mike Wilbanks will be another name you hear all the time in this presentation, even though you think of him for black-eyed leucistics and ball pythons. And then for our middle photo, another name you're going to hear once again, Garrett J. Hartle, quite a bit in this presentation. That is a DeBoard pastel Jampea on a clutch of eggs. Sean DeBoard, I believe, got his animals from the Baldagos. Pastel, it was a anithoristic, but they didn't know that at the time. They were pretty, so he just called them pastels. Those pastels.
You know what I like about that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Anery Jampeas are typically super yellow, right? They're one of the ones that show yellow, and that, I mean, pastel kind of makes sense.
Well, also the time frame, because it was near the same
the pastel
time
ball
that
pythons and
Graziani and McCurley independently proved out pastel jungle. If you're a history nerd. And then DeBoard's animals went to Greg Bryant, who we previously mentioned on the other episode, a very nice gentleman. He called them the Mercury line. And then for a lot of the old timers, they'll get a kick out of this. Henry Weasel, something like that. He called his animals that he got from DeBoard the Phantasm line. You might know him for calling certain morphs the werewolf killers. I think another one was Gargoyle.
That's new to me.
Yeah, I was going to say this is all brand new.
That's awesome.
He was. Everyone hated him. He wasn't at the level of animal abuse of Samson, but he was doing shady stuff. You need to get someone who's very old on to talk about that, because obviously I didn't live that firsthand. But a lot of very interesting stories there. And then on all the way to the right, we have just a normal Jampea produced by Theron. we hardly ever see pure Jampeas anymore. There was a clutch that Reach Out Reptiles produced a few years ago, and then Theron took one of the males from that clutch and bred it to a Baldago Gaspar line female.
And those are the only 2 clutches that I know of in recent history.
Yes. And I should say that the Gaspars only had 3 animals. They had 2 females and 1 male. So even though you hear things like the Gaspar line thrown around a lot, there's not a whole lot of animals that actually come from them. I think Jason told me that they produced 3 or 4 clutches in total. Granted, they were big clutches, but one of the other, I think it was Spaz, never actually had fertile eggs. So,
okay. And those 3
very
animals,
limited
were they
genetic
related
diversity.
at all? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
I mean, no, they were.
I'd have to go check through my messages, but they weren't.
I mean, if they, the chances of them being related if they were brought in on the same shipment is kind of high. But if they were brought in different shipments, it may be a little bit safer of a bet that they're not. But I mean, at least from my perspective, from what I heard, if you get a shipment of like Calato or whatever coming in and they're all in the bag and they're all the same age roughly, it's likely that they picked up a clutch or they picked up a group of animals that were together that likely are related.
I believe the Baldagos only had a trio, 1 male and 2 females. So I think the same male sired both clutches, but I know that they picked animals from 2 different females. So the male might have been the same, but I know the dams were different.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions about Jampeas? I'm going to ask you that on everyone, just so I don't get lost in my own head. Yes.
Nope. They're gorgeous, and I use a little bit of them to spice up my stuff, but that's
Jam
about it.
sauce.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Garrett.
Yeah.
I will add that I think with Jampeas, the reason why a lot of people aren't very fascinated in them anymore is because a lot of people, what I hear is they are very much basically a larger version of what a Calatoa looks like, right? And so I guess to the naked eye and to what a lot of people, that aren't very in tune with, the locality stuff, a lot of people just look at a Jamp and look at a Calatoa and they're like, oh yeah, there's similarities, so I'd rather have the smaller one. But if any of you are locality nerds, Jampea is a very historic and classic dwarf to have in your collection.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better. It was really a lot of those original early ones getting massive that turned off people.
Right.
I think I touched briefly on that in one of the previous episodes where the dwarf and super dwarfs were brought in and they were seen as a way to reduce the size of morphs. And then they kind of just got lost from there.
Yeah.
Okay, super dwarfs. This is a very interesting topic. There's a lot of very interesting information behind these animals, so let's get into it. So super dwarfs were first imported by Mike Wilbanks and Bob Clark in 1999. They worked hand in hand during this time. Obviously, they're no longer business partners, but then they were. That would be Mike Wilbanks at that time was Constrictors Unlimited, and then Bob Clark is Bob Clark Reptiles, obviously. Mike Wilbanks was the first one to call them super dwarfs, and this actually caused a rift between him and Al Baldago, because Al and Cindy Baldago produced the first super tigers, but Al took offense to the term because of how similar they were, super tiger, super dwarf. And they didn't get along after that, from what I was told. But also from what I was told, Al Baldago was a bit of a spicy man. So,
well, in terms of captive breeding, I mean, super dwarf can be a little bit misleading in terminology.
Oh, it's a horrible word term.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can breed 2 dwarfs together and get a super form.
Right. Is that Glenn? Is that you on the Patreon who always makes that joke? Or is that someone else? Someone else. Someone on our Patreon always jokes around, like when we talk about super dwarfs. That's like, yeah, you took a dwarf and dwarf together and created a super dwarf.
What's unfortunate is people think that simply because of the name.
Right.
Oh, well. The image on your left, what?
Sorry about your feelings. Oh, well.
Facts don't
That's
care
kind of
about
what
your
it sounded like.
No, I mean, when it comes to super dwarfs, you have to do so much research when you're first getting into it to be able to just understand what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
a shame, but here nor there. So this is where it gets interesting, is trying to figure out where these original super dwarfs came from. That image on the left there, that is what I would call a Clark or Wilbanks strain super dwarf. One of the very first ones, just so you have an idea of what it looks like. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like a Locality cross to me, just because of how beautiful it is. What do you think?
Wait, the one on the left?
Yeah, Adam Richardson's photo.
It's
Yeah.
hard to tell. It's
It could be.
really
It kinda
bright.
looks Madu.
The rosettes are almost white on part of it. It's really, really busy, so it's hard to tell.
It definitely has Madu influence, and that would make
Yeah.
sense for the time frame, but I think it's a cross just because of how yellow and pretty it is.
Yeah, how light it is. But it's hard to tell. I mean, that could just be an animal that's fired up as well. So
Yeah, that's true. Good point. So I'm going to read verbatim from the notes here, just so I don't get it wrong, to try to track down the history of which island the super dwarfs came from. So the first comment I can find was that the exporter for these insisted that the island was tiny, uninhabited, and unnamed. So we can't even speculate which island it would be because it doesn't have a name. The next iteration was that it was an island near Kayawati or Kalatoa, though none of the group was collected from Kayawati. Okay.
all right.
I can't confirm this next one, but I was told this by a reputable source, is that on a forum at one time, Bob Clark stated that they were from an island off of Sumatra.
Great. So now we have some of our crosses that we have come from tiny islands off of Sumatra.
Yes. And then the current story is that all of them came from Kalatoa, and that was first made public in 2016 by Bob Clark.
He also said that again in 2022 or 2023.
2023,
He went,
yeah.
He went back and said like, "Oh, my exporter reached out to me. They're all from Kalatoa."
I don't know. I mean, it could be. I will say I talked to someone who went through the shipments and said some of them had the classic Kalatoa look and then others didn't. So take it with a grain of salt. I've also even heard that some of these original super dwarfs were Jampayas. So
right.
Who knows?
Really small Jampayas.
Really small Jampayas. So the very first shipment, Bob Clark and Mike Wilbanks split. And then Bob split the second shipment with Jay Brewer. The third shipment, the original iteration of Slither Inc., bought the entire shipment. Travis, who will be on the previous week's episode, got some animals off either the fourth or fifth shipment. Just to give you a little time frame here of who got what when. The very first captive bred and born super dwarfs that I can find trace back to Dan Yurimovich of what was then Pro Reptiles in the summer of 2003. Bob Clark and Jim Mason also are said to produce the first super dwarfs, but in the timeline that I was shared with, it looks like Dan Yurimovich holds that title. And one of the animals that descended from the animals he brought in is featured on the right. And that is a photo from Garrick Meyer. Once again, a name more familiar with those in the ball python realm. But very early on, he did have super dwarfs. He brought them into albinos, et cetera, et cetera. Brian Kamala's line also comes from Pro Reptiles. And then Nathan Katz's line also comes from them.
And those were handed down to Ben Rennick was working with those quite a bit.
Yeah. So that is the history of super dwarfs as I understand it. And then I have to give Garrett props for this. The terms old school super dwarf is a great way to talk about the general small sized populations of reticulated pythons that came in with no locality data. Because if we don't know, don't guess. That was on your what is a pure locality video. So that is an excellent term. And I hope people use it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I think what I'd like people saying old school super dwarf, but a lot of people on their posts put OG super dwarf, like original gangsta super dwarf, and that OG for like orange glow or I like old school, and I think people should spell that out and not just put like OG.
Yeah.
Old school, original, just something to clarify a little bit better. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're only going to touch on this very briefly, but a lot of the old people, or I shouldn't say old people, some of the people who have been in the reticulated python industry for longer, I mean, not all of them are old. Some of are only a couple years, like a decade or two older than me. But you know what I meant. Will be familiar with these super jamps. They were Jampeas crossed with super dwarfs. I think Mike Wilbanks was the first to do this. Don't quote me on that, but it would have made sense. These animals were said to only get around 8 feet long. Obviously, that wasn't true because my wild-caught Calato male is 8 foot long. So there's no reason to think a Jampea and Calato or... See, I got caught up
These
there.
were straight 50-50 crosses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even one of my 12.5% Jampea, 75% Calatoas is 10 feet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the 8 foot is a misnomer. Likewise, the Gaspar's F1 Jampea was supposed to only get 8 feet, and Jim and Jason proved Al and Cindy wrong on that. We don't really see super jamps anymore. At the time that they were originally bred, they were known to be very, very aggressive. Someone referred them to me as chainsaws. I believe Theron Lance actually just produced a clutch of super jamps. So it's interesting. Oh, yeah. So what's the disposition on that one?
I've only had him for a week, but I got him out of the bag and I've held him another time. He's in shed, but he's a sweetheart.
And now that we're more generations removed from the wild, that makes sense. And we're keeping them in generally better care than those early days, just because we know more now, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So just a little, throwback.
Yeah, and in terms of our keeping and husbandry, I think we owe a pretty big shout out to Dave Kaufman for doing his videos in Indonesia and showing, just a little bit more about how these animals are living.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, anyone who's going out there and providing those first accounts is huge.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I saw those animals hanging out in the trees above the river, it spoke a lot.
Well, and people have already made the mistake, so we don't need to make those same mistakes again.
Yeah.
Right. We're in the 2020s now. We don't have to keep them in boxes.
Yeah. Well, we should keep them in boxes, just better boxes.
Better boxes, fancier boxes. Boxes with stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point last episode. Okay, you can go to the next slide, Nathan.
Okay.
So Lucas has that female now that's on your left there. This is one of his favorite localities. It's Slayers. From what I can tell, they were first imported in 1999, probably from Cameron. Greg Bryant was the person who is really known for them of the Retic Ranch. He's not involved in reptiles anymore. However, very nice gentleman. He told me he got his original wild caughts from Nerd, who probably got them from Cameron. Tracking historically, that would make sense. I haven't confirmed that with Cameron, but I mean, very likely. The story Greg told me is that these original snakes were very, very mean, and Lucas can attest to how mean his Slayer is.
So I will say this: my Slayer came from the second clutch of F1s from the wild caught pair. Chris McVicker actually has like a 20-year-old that came from the very first clutch, and his female is an F1 so basically an older sister than my female. And it seems like when me and Chris talk about our Slayers, they're almost the exact same in regards to there's days where super manageable, and then there's days where they want us dead, right? So there's days where I can get her out, put her in a tub, clean her enclosure, take her out, and she's totally fine. And then there's days where getting her out of her cage is a 10-minute venture, and putting her back in, she's turning around, mouth open. My AE Stony hook, the polycarbonate hook that I have, has her lovely teeth indentions inside of it that I've had to sand down because she's scuffed up. So, just hit or miss. But I want to make a comment if you don't mind. We talked about if you don't know, don't guess locality, right? And I mean, I think that these pictures side by side perfect demonstration on how phenotypic expression from a locality can vary so much. Those are two very known Salayers, but like if you look at the one on the left, the female I have now, has a more broken up pattern with, clear circular definitions, very orange and vibrant. And if you look at the one on the right, it's got a more, connected dorsal striping pattern towards the top. So just because you think you know what a locality looks like, I promise there are probably animals on that island that look drastically different than what you can associate that animal with.
Oh, yeah. And that photo on the right was someone who took it from the island, who knew what street he found it on. So that is 100% a legitimate slayer. But once again, there's lots of different phenotypic variation within these animals.
Yeah, our eyes are never going to be the best tool to determine locality.
Yeah, especially if we're colorblind.
Thank you.
Okay, so Greg Bryant's
I like Glenn's fat boy laugh. He's got the like.
I was going to do something rude.
All right, keep going. Sorry,
I can't laugh. Okay, I can only wheeze. Oh, so rude. I don't know. Greg Bryant. Yes, his original snakes were very mean, underweight. It took a year to really get them adjusted to captivity. And even then, it took several more months before they were able to breed. They did eventually adjust, but they were never tame. One of the things you mentioned, Lucas, was Chris McVicker's getting one from one of the original clutches. Greg Bryant told me that his original clutch, which was the first U.S. captive bred and born, was between 03 and 04. So I need to check with Chris on what date his came from, because I think his would have been there.
He says he got his from Aubrey a few years back, and when Aubrey sold it, it was about 17, 18 years old. So that would put that animal at around 20, and he knows for a fact that his animal is a Retic Ranch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Slayer.
I confirm that with Greg Bryant.
Yeah, as old as she is, it's got to be that first clutch.
Yeah. And Greg Bryant spoke very highly of Chris McVicker. Shout out to Chris McVicker. He's a great example of someone who's been doing this for a long time, but is advancing and progressing.
He's not stuck in the old ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite people to talk to in this industry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him, just someone who deeply cares about the animals. So, thank you, Chris.
Lucas, why haven't we had him on yet?
You have.
We have.
Oh,
come on! We talked about
U.S. It's almost been a year. I'm starting to forget shit. Sorry.
We've had him on. He was actually the one of the the title of the episode was the evolution of keeping retics.
Yeah.
Let's have him on again.
We used the exact example of what we're talking about with him.
Okay, final point on Slayers. The first captive breeding that I can find in the United Kingdom was by Jason Peacock on February 6th, 2023. So a full 2 decades after the first one in the US. Why it took so long? I don't know, but kind of interesting.
Those were produced this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. They were... I don't know. Salayers seem to have that same reputation as Sulawesi's. It seems like they are just difficult to breed, and I'm sure the reason why is because captively we're keeping them like every other retic that produces normally, and I'm sure there's something different to that area and island that we're missing.
Maybe you can be the first one to figure it out.
Doubt it, but we'll see.
Okay, you can go to the next slide, Nathan.
All right. So
I think there was. Am I out of order? I'm out of order.
I mean, you are, but yeah.
Yeah.
Madu's next.
Madu's next.
Ow.
Well, I'm trying to do notes this time, so it's not me reading off a PowerPoint. That way, audio is better, and then visual, it's also better. So, my fault. Okay, Madus. That Madu on the left. That is like the perfect example of a Madu in my mind. That wide open back pattern, just perfect. That's manly, by the way.
Is that from the poster image that Garrett produced?
Maybe. So that one is from Rodney.
Is that Grandma Madu?
No.
No.
So Rodney's 2011 clutch produced those F1s.
Yeah.
And then the F2s have been produced a couple times now. So
Nice ovulation in the picture too.
that's a male.
Oh, is
It's
it
just a
really?
food
Okay,
lump.
just
Yeah.
a really good meal.
It's
Eating
so
good.
low on the body. I was like, oh, cool. We got an ovulating retic on here.
No, so Madus were originally called Honey Island. This is something that even a month ago I was talking to someone about who separated them as different localities. So even 20 years later, it's still being confused. And the reason why is that Palua Madu roughly translates to Honey Island when you're going from Indonesian to English. So they were originally brought in as Honey Islands. This would have been at the turn of the century. Whoever made me clarify that statement last time, the turn of the 21st century, by probably Cameron. However, I don't have a first import date. He told me he was probably the first one to do it. And once again, that makes sense. Excuse me.
Now, Lucas, I know this is the locality that got you interested into retics.
Mhm.
How come you don't have any yet?
I was
can't
supposed to
afford
be. No, I would have dropped the dude. I just spent way too much money on a green tree python. But I can. I was supposed to be on that wait list, and at the time, like 2 years ago, I was 10th on the list, and we're still on the list, I guess. At this point, I'm waiting for people with F2s to produce F3s, or if I find someone who wants to sell the F2s, I'll snag one. Yeah, I definitely that's a bucket list super door for me. I'm not on the Karampa hype train, but the Madu hype train, the Madu definitely, and that's just because it's nostalgic. Yeah, I got my own strong opinions about Karampa that we won't get into.
Oh, I love them.
I do too.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love every locality, but price points for what you're getting,
People will pay it.
clearly,
Yeah.
not me.
I mean, I can't fault anyone for that, because if you can get $10,000 for them, you do that. That's good for you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Back to Madus. Because there was the confusion between Madu and Honey Island, there were probably captive breedings, but they would have been considered different localities because people didn't know that they were, in fact, from the same island. So the earliest clutch that I can find and that other people have suggested is Rodney's 2011 clutch. Those F1s are one of two extant breeding lines. There is someone who has like 6 Madus still and won't breed them.
Doesn't want to give them up either.
I mean, shout out to that guy. Good for him.
Offered money for them.
Good for him. So we have very limited genetic diversity, unfortunately, with that locality. Both lines are known to produce aneuphoristic, and they were imported en masse in the early days. But because knowing the locality and then breeding pure localities together wasn't important, they weren't really appreciated for that. And then we have kind of a different example of a Madu on the right with a different phenotype, still very Madu-esque, but a little bit different than Manly that's on the left.
Right. Still kind of an open back pattern, but has that stripe in the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it still looks open, but you got that dividing line in there. But yeah, Murray Mack is a great dude. Talked to him a lot of times, and the Madus that he produced were phenomenal.
Well,
Yeah.
and even on Garrett's animal, you can see that stripe trying to.
Right. It's
Yes,
trying
itself.
its best.
I mean, I picked that example because I'm looking for drastic examples of the
Right.
different phenotypes. So there's
Yeah. I also want to make a comment as well. We start to go through these, like Slayer, very genetic diversity limited, like it's super limited. Same thing with the Madus, even more limited. But as we start to even go in these, Kayuwati, limited, Tumbleogan, definitely limited.
oh yeah, we'll get to Tumblelog. It's limited there.
Right.
Yeah.
Karappa, super limited. I mean, even Kalatoa after last week's episode, it's definitely more available, but anyways.
Okay. I think that's everything for Madu. You want to go to the next one?
Yeah.
By Madu.
Kayuwati. Okay. One of my favorite localities. And once again, we can thank Cameron for bringing in the first one. He brought in the first ones in 1999. He sold them to Pro Exotics, which was Chad Brown and Robin, what's his last name? It starts with an M.
Markland?
Markland, thank you. I thought that's what it was, but I didn't want to say. They originally owned Pro Exotics. Unfortunately, it burned down, I think, in 2011. If people remember the original Desert Ball Python, not Desert Ghost, they were the ones responsible for bringing that in, and then it was realized that the females were infertile and horrible. I mean, that situation was horrible because everyone loved deserts, and then pretty much overnight that project became worthless. But we have Desert Ghost, which is very close to the same mutation, and now everyone's confused because they have to learn what a polygenic mutation is.
Right.
It's not that complicated. And I don't know why the prices are going down on them, because it's the exact same mutation that we've had for 20 years.
I saw one for only a visual for only $800 at the San Antonio shop here, or at the San Antonio show last weekend.
That's crazy.
That is pretty wild.
Yeah.
And they weren't anything special to all that long ago.
It's what they do that makes them special. If you look at a Desert Ghost through and through, meh. It ends up being a brown ball python with some blushing when it's older. But, you know, you look at what it does to different morphs, and that's what it's really, that's where the value is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and again, I don't know anything about ball python, so if I got that wrong, people, you can hang me. That's okay.
Yeah, all I know about the DG stuff is Antoine's working with it heavy. So
I also know that people are pissed off that they spent like $20,000 on the project now, but
that's the hype train with anything in reptiles, right?
Right.
Did you see that I updated the slide to include your photo, Lucas?
I did. I feel special.
I mean, I love Basil quite a lot, so
She's
I
my
had
girl.
to include her.
That was my first Retic ever.
She's beautiful. We'll get into the two different phenotypic expressions for the animals that are in captivity that represent that locality. But the first came in from Cameron through Pro Exotics in 1999. Two females came in gravid, and they were sold to Dr. Winslow Murdoch. His line of Coyotes, the Murdoch line, or the Doc Murdoch line, however you want to call it, are very well known. That those animals produce very dark reds. I think Coyotes are perhaps the most identifiable of all the traditional super dwarf localities, and that one is the photo on your left. And these came in as super dwarfs, but they had the known locality information on them. So
Funny,
that's what.
Fun fact, even that one on the left, great Murdoch like phenotypic expression, but that's also a half Murdoch, half Slitherline.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Well, it deserves its own story. So Dr. Winslow Murdoch kept a pair from both clutches, and then he got 3 more wild caughts, including one from Mike Wilbanks. I don't think that one ever bred. So we have very limited genetic diversity of coyotes. We can say that for everything else. Dr. Winslow Murdoch was the first to produce them in 2003. Something I only learned recently was that it was the same year when the first UK captive bred inborns happened. That was by a gentleman named John Griffin. He got his from a 2000 shipment of super dwarfs from Indonesia, and then he later learned that they were coyotes. And something I neglected to mention, because I neglected to write it down on my notes, is that Madus were first produced in the UK, Sweden, and France in 2006. So a full half a decade before the ones that were produced by Rodney. Back to what I was saying about Coyote, if I can find my notes. The two main phenotypic expressions are the Murdoch line and then the Slither line. Do you want to talk about that, Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, so I think the picture on the left is a good example of a Murdoch line. So the Murdoch line is definitely known for having those deeper oranges and reds and a chain link-like pattern that goes along the back with thicker blacks. The Slither line was, they were imported by Bushmaster, obtained by Raul Diaz, and then produced by Slither when he got them from Raul Diaz. And those animals have...
Wait, go back. Who imported them, did you say?
I'm sorry, DM
That was
Exotics.
DM Exotics.
You're
right?
correct. Thank you for correcting me on that. Yep, that was DM. That was Dan O'Leary.
Shout out to Dan O'Leary. You need to have him on,
I
please.
got Bushmaster on my mind.
Please have Dan on.
Dan. He's someone that, dude, he's a busy dude. If we want to have him on at the time that we record, that would be like 3 a.m. his time. But we'll try.
No, he's
we'll
in California.
He's definitely someone. I mean, oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I'll reach out to him. But yeah, anyways, those have a lot higher saddle count, are a lot more silver and yellow. And I don't know if maybe the more silver trait is because we've recently been able to prove out anery in those line of Coyotes. And so maybe that's why the color of some of those animals are a lot more, there's more silver in the background tones and they're more yellow. But yeah, I think that, it's really cool to the uneducated who, and not uneducated, but a lot of people have gotten a lot of their information on Coyote from Garrett because he did that episode with Murdoch and he shows off the Murdoch animals. So a lot of people are always very like, oh, that doesn't look Coyote when they ask me about my animals, and just have to have that education like I'm doing right now about different phenotypic expressions and those kind of things. So I think out of all of the animals that you have shown as far as drastic different phenotypic expressions, this is probably the biggest one.
And Dr. Murdoch bred for those specific traits too. So
right, he was line breeding.
Yeah. You have selective breeding for a certain phenotype, which also explains the drastic differences. Also, I should have mentioned this, that some Coyotes are very, very dark. Once again, Chris McVicker had some of the original imported SDs from Bob. He sent me a photo, and it's a very dark animal, and it has a phenotype more in line with a Coyote. So, once again, very interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say, even like what I want to do with the Coyotes is I want to, just like how Murdoch enhanced for that chain link, I'm going to selectively breed for those rosettes and try to increase those rosette counts. I want to have like tiny dots all on the side, all white.
Floating epicness.
So is
Floating
there a
epicness.
line that you guys prefer over the Slither and the Murdoch line?
Ooh, that's a good question. Lucas,
Because I know for me,
I'll let Glenn
was
answer
always,
that. I'm biased.
Coyote for me was always kind of for just not to be that nice, I guess, is one of the more boring lines of localities for me. It's grown on me quite a bit, seeing animals in person and seeing the different phenotypic expressions. I think for me, that Murdoch line with all those deep oranges and reds, that's what I would go for.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, I like that color too. Yeah, I think that one is more visually appealing than the Slither line. From a locality standpoint and keeping both, I like to have my line over that one, just because, not my line, but the Slither line that I have, just because it stands out from my Slayer stuff. Because if you look at that Murdoch line, it's got like the orange and red undertones and kind of thicker blacks. But then if I compare that to a Slayer, the Slayer blows that one out of the water in terms of those phenotypic expressions. And so when I'm trying to use a specific locality to enhance a look, I'm going to go Slayer before I go with the Murdoch line. Whereas with the Coyote I have in that Slither line, the reduced thin blackie on the top and the high rosette count on the side with the whites, I don't see that in a lot of super dwarfs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, essentially, is that the Murdoch line has a specific look that you don't see in a lot of dwarf and super dwarfs. So just because it's different, that's why I'm drawn to it. And then I had lost my train of thought, but on the darker ones from Coyote, it is probably likely that the black pastel mutation, have you guys heard of that?
Yeah.
Probably a dark
good old
Coyote.
Matthew Martin.
If you had to think about it.
Even though they're labeled as Kalatoa, but
yeah, I mean, that's a whole different story, but call them super dwarfs.
Yeah, but anyways.
But if
it does look like looks like a Coyote. I'd agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we've covered Coyotes fairly well. What's next?
Kalatoa. If you guys keep spelling Kalatoa without the O in there, I'm going to smack y'all.
That's a good segue of how I spelled things the way I did. I use the Indonesian Geospatial Agency spellings for this. So they have a National Gazette. I went through.
Can you tell us in English what that means?
Big Brother spells the names of islands a certain way, and because I can't think for myself, I have to rely on Big Brother to know how to
on
spell
Google
it.
Maps, that's how they're spelled.
Spell it however you
One of the
want.
silliest bits of infighting that we have within the locality retic market.
I don't care how you spell it. Just have a reason behind it. That's my opinion.
As long as I know what you're selling. Spell
Yes.
it however you want. I'm not going to yell at you.
If you want to call it Tombolongan and say they were imported as Tombolongans, I don't care. If you want to drop the extra O and say that's because that's what they were brought in as, who cares? I am offering one explanation. You can have a different one.
Yeah.
Okay. Kalatoas, one of my favorite localities. That's my boy in those photos. What's interesting is we actually don't know a lot historically about Kalatoas. I don't know who the first was to breed them in captivity. I don't think anyone does because I've asked everyone that, almost everyone who I've spoken with, that question. Cameron was probably the first one to import them at the turn of the century, but that's about it historically. There's just not a lot of information. The Baldagos did have Kalatoas. Once again, I don't know if Cameron brought them in or Al brought them in. And there were several people to breed them in the UK and in Europe in 2004, 2005. But on the US side of things, there's not a whole lot of information, even though they're probably the most represented super dwarf or dwarf locality in captivity. What do you guys think?
That's kind of crazy.
Have much to add to that.
I don't have anything to say.
I have a lot of strong feelings and thoughts about it that I'm not going to say, but
if you're just looking at it objectively, not going into the different lines, I don't have much history to tell you, which is unfortunate. I mean, I can tell you,
which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
I mean, let me ask you that the most represented, and again, I'm just going to ask a question and Glenn answer or don't answer, and then I'm going to leave it at this. But considering that we consider Kalatoa one of, if not the only, your cat sounds like it's singing.
Okay, she is like 18 years old. She's lost her mind. It's just
so she's dying.
No, she's.
But I guess my question is, like, if it's one of the most like sustainable, that's the word I'm looking for. Like a lot of people say, like Kalatoa is one of the most sustainable localities out there, but yet we have zero historical information on it. What does that say?
I mean, there are a few Kalatoas that I know are Kalatoas that we do have historical information on. Like, I can tell you everything I know about my snake, but he's never bred.
Yeah, your sterile snake.
My sterile male. So he's a wild-caught male, but he's not adding any genetic diversity. So,
unfortunately, because he's beautiful, which is that pictured animal right there for those of you that I actually might be getting.
Don't get me. I'm number one. Thank you, but I'm still very mad that I have to give him up.
Hey,
very
all your choices.
Oh, come on.
No, it was the only school that would accept him.
No, it wasn't.
He probably applied to every veterinary school in Florida. That dumped fire show is like, we'll take you.
The best school for exotic animal veterinary medicine.
I know. I'm being facetious and sarcastic.
You're just digging the knife in because I didn't get into my instinct school.
But I am proud of you. Florida's a big accomplishment.
So, Glenn, that's your ultimate goal, exotic animal vet?
Something.
He wants to be a vet tech and get a degree in vet tech from Florida.
No. Already a certified vet assistant. Already done that. I don't want to do that anymore.
He's getting an 8-year degree in vet tech.
I think for some people it does take 8 years for what should be a 2-year degree. But I'm veterinary medicine wise, I am interested in big picture vet med, which is kind of hard to explain, but I always point to the northern white rhinos, which is an effectively extinct subspecies. However, the San Diego Zoo has frozen egg and sperm from them, and they are working on artificially inseminating southern white rhinos eventually with that egg and sperm to continue on the subspecies. So that's what I'm very interested in, taking
That's
a bigger
extremely
picture.
cool.
Yeah. They've successfully done it with southern white rhino egg and sperm, but they haven't tried northern white rhino. So I am a lot better at the big picture than the minute. So I want to find a career where I can focus on that.
All right, big picture conservation.
Glenn's going to be responsible
Can't hate
for
on
bringing
that.
woolly mammoths back to life.
No. I do want to bring back the Tasmanian tiger. I think that would be awesome.
That's something that we can actually do. I've read into that.
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay. Kalatoas.
We know nothing about Kalatoas.
All right, so
They were brought in early 2000s.
Other than there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of things named Kalatoas.
well, and then
They're pretty.
They're very
I guess
pretty.
you would have to jump into. There's also the possibility, just in terms of location with Kalatoa, that that there's island crossing happening naturally. No,
Absolutely not. Okay, you're going to see me get mad.
because we have talked.
I feel the same way about
we
this
have
topic
had
too.
People in this industry talk about it's potentially possible that they could swim, and
If you were to look at the oceans that separate the islands and the type of currents and waves that go through, those snakes are dead. They're not
Wait, look
swimming
at how
miles
red
and miles.
Glenn's
It takes 12 it takes almost a day to get to island out there.
Read one paper about
Glenn,
the Indonesian
speak.
seas. Read one paper about the Flores Sea, and you will see how misguided that idea is.
okay,
It's unforgiving. Ask
And that's
Daniel
all I'll say
Solis,
on that.
Who's anyways.
Yeah, I really think you should get Dan
yeah, I
Leary on
do-
the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
just say
he's
that.
definitely like top 3 people on there that I would like to talk to.
Yeah,
Oh,
get
easily.
Dan Leary on.
We need to I want to have him on, Nathan, but we have to have a good series of questions to ask him, or else we're doing a disservice.
Oh
That's
yeah, no,
for our
I mean,
listeners.
In terms of like important people in the reptile industry, I put Dan way at the top.
At the top. Yep.
Okay, before I
Okay. Anything
say
else to
something I
add about Kalatoa?
nothing about Kalatoa.
Let's move on before he starts steaming out of his ears.
Before he blows a
I'm
gasket.
literally shaking.
All right, let's watch
Okay.
his color return to normal and start talking about Tombolongans.
Oh, you just said Tombo.
Tambolongan.
Tambo Longans.
Tampa Longans.
So these
It's
guys
the
are
Phantams.
these guys are, in my view, very interesting because they are the first these localities and the only, to not originally come from U.S. captive breedings. They were first imported in 2000 by Carson Woldner of Retic. He imported 2 what he called black-eyed candies, and the male is what is on the right. They were calicos. He thought it could be a new mutation, but it wasn't. So that first breeding was in March of 2012, and the resulting progeny are called the candy line because they originated from those black-eyed candies. The first time they were imported was in 2013 by Eric Easter of Fascination Herps. From that pairing, those made it to sawfish reptiles, and the only captive breeding in the U.S. of Tambolongans was on March 6th, 2018. And that one clutch is the only source of genetic diversity in the U.S., and they're already inbred. So,
Yeah, I think in terms of
Quick question.
difference in phenotype expression, this is maybe my favorite example.
yes, sir.
Go for your.
Yeah, I think Tampa Longans are like just right there with Solaire in terms of the best out of those 7 islands. But I'm almost wondering, again, if we go back to only one clutch, and I've talked to Sawfish quite extensively, and he tried getting them to breed more than just that once, but was unsuccessful. And so I'm wondering if it's, again, something with the Saputrii that we are just not doing correctly. That we're just not doing correctly in captivity to get them to breed.
I think you should go buy a pair of Tom Longans and try it out.
I have Solaire's.
That's not what I said.
I mean, I want to buy Tambalongans as well. You said Tom Belongin, by the way.
I know.
Just want to throw that
As
out
soon
there.
as I said that, I realized.
Right.
I have a hard time.
Nathan, that was your time.
I have a hard time not saying Tom Belongin because it makes me think of Tom DeLonge from Blink 182. So I call him Tom DeLongans.
Tom DeLongans.
They're on my. That animal on the right, is that in the U.S. or no?
No, that's still in Germany with Karsten. I don't know if it's still alive, but
I feel like that would be the perfect animal in terms of like smaller localities for like Shane to work with in his Sunfire OGS project.
The issue with that one though is that's like a calico Tambalongan. That's not replicable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because both the male and female were calicos.
All right.
Okay, that's all I have for Tambalongans. We're going to keep moving along, try to get everyone done. Oh. Okay, Karumpas. The last locality, I'm probably going to call them Karumpas while I'm talking.
Karumpa Lampa Loompas.
So the way the Indonesian Geospatial Agency recognizes the island is the big one right above Kalatoa is Karumpa Lampo, and then the small one is Karumpa Kiti. So that's how I'll refer to it. From my understanding, and this could be incorrect, is that the animals called Karumpas were indiscriminately caught on both islands. So do with that what you will. I think that's honestly a little bit interesting and hopefully a greater source of genetic diversity. They were first imported off the island late 2012 to early 2013. You can find that in the Hanifa et al. 2016 paper I previously mentioned. The first time I can tell that they were brought into the US was in 2014 by Cameron for Rodney. They weren't widely brought in. However, they are my favorite super dwarf, or one of my favorite super dwarf localities. And now they command a very high price tag, which I'm somewhat jealous of. The first captive breeding probably occurred before 2019 in Indonesia. I don't have any specific data on that, but I was told that by a reputable source. The first UK captive breeding occurred on April 2nd, 2019 by Dr. John Edwards. Fantastic gentleman, incredibly kind. Both of his parents came from a 2015 shipment from James Copen, and there were 4 babies in total from that clutch. And I think Luke is working with some of Dr. Edwards' Karumpas, right, Lucas? So,
yeah,
beautiful, beautiful babies.
I think he just picked out a baby from.
Cool. Very jealous of that. But the first U.S. captive breeding didn't occur until January 30th of 2022. That was at Reach Out Reptiles. Very cool clutch. I don't know the exact heritage. Was the female the Anery from Metcalf?
The one that passed?
Yeah.
Very possible. I'm not certain on that. So
because there were Aneries in that first clutch, so I don't know the specific heritage, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was that one from Aaron Metcalf. And there were previous crosses and crosses attempts. So Rodney had tried to breed Karumpa to Madu. I think that was unsuccessful. And then Rick O'Neill bred a Kalatoa from Rodney to a Karumpa he got from Rodney and created those crosses, which are stunning.
Which are phenomenal.
Yeah,
that's probably beautiful. My
beautiful.
favorite locality crossing that I've seen with the Super Dwarf stuff.
Yeah, those are good stuff. So interesting that the first captive breeding occurred outside of the U.S. And yeah, trying to move along here pretty quick. So
all right.
It took us forever to get Karumpas produced, but yeah, big accomplishment to get them here.
Yeah. So now we're going to move into what I call the dark times, which is the late aughts to the early 2010s. This is when the morph craze in mainland was going crazy. That was so stupid. Nevertheless, there were some people working with dwarf and super dwarfs. The image on your left is Travis Kubis, wild-caught aneatheristic male. He was one of the only people working with SDs. A lot of the morph crosses can be traced back to Travis. Another name who really isn't mentioned anymore, which is unfortunate, is Chris Brown of Vital Exotics. I have that poster above my bed. It's just a great reminder of all the good he did, among other things. But shout out to Chris Brown. Now he's a buffalo farmer in, I think, Wyoming or Montana.
Oh,
that's awesome.
He's living the good life.
And were you able to reach out to him and get any information, or is he kind of out of the industry and kind of doing his own thing now?
I haven't reached out because he worked with a lot of the more morph crosses. I don't think he did any pure localities.
Okay.
And he also did obviously a lot with monitor lizards. If anyone had seen his booth at a show, it was very elaborate. I wish I had a photo, but I only have the photo of the calendar. And then, of course, Rodney had his super dwarfs. And the reason why I call this the Dark Ages is that people realized that Jampeas were getting huge, super dwarfs were considered mean, flighty, all of that. And so there really wasn't a market for them or a market for pure localities. Some people like Chris and like Travis were breeding them into mainlands to make smaller morphs. And we still use a lot of their genetics. But there just wasn't a whole lot of appreciation during this time. I was rewatching one of the videos and Rodney said he was selling super dwarfs for $265 and couldn't get them. And they were also mainly wild caught animals, which speaks to why they were mean, flighty, all of that. And towards the end, they got up to $1,500 a pair.
Even by...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, even in regards to mean, like still even nothing compared to the mainland stuff.
Yeah.
That was being imported as wild caughts. Like super dwarfs are much more inclined to run away than they are to bite.
There's on Reach Out Reptiles YouTube channel, there's a video of Dr. Murdoch explaining how he had to use a trash can lid to clean a mainland's enclosure, a wild caught mainland's enclosure. So,
that's awesome.
They're crazy.
That's a good idea.
And then we can go to. Nathan got up. How's your day going, Lucas?
That's okay. Oh, dang it. He was right about when we're about to switch to the next slide.
I'm trying to talk as fast as I can here.
It's going great. My day's going good.
Good.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I had someone right out my door just honking.
That's okay.
They wanted us to call Karumpas Karampas.
They're like, damn it. Don't misrepresent these animals from what
Return to tradition. Okay. Next slide. And I should say that we covered the Lacey Act fairly extensively last time. And that is what could have marked the end of super dwarfs, but didn't. It essentially marked the end of mainlands, but it was really the rediscovery of it was really the Lacey Act ban that allowed for the rediscovery of dwarfs and super dwarfs. And I can't think of any other way to summarize the rediscovery than Reach Out Reptiles YouTube channel. Even Rodney will admit that Garrett is the reason why super dwarfs and dwarfs are what they are today. It's undeniable how much outreach the YouTube channel has provided. That's what got me back into them. I had known Garrett through Prehistoric Pets. He had given me a tour, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting through YouTube and I see his face and I thought, oh, I recognize him, and then remembered that you could actually own a manageably sized reticulated python. So
Yeah, the amount of just pure information and clarifying that Garrett did to help this market is insane.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely revive retics.
Yeah. And I like to call it the rediscovery because it's not like they weren't out there. We've known about them for
Right. They were totally there.
25 years or whatever.
They're here. I mean, they've always been there, but I mean, we've had them in the States.
Thanks, Nathan. And this is kind of an
Good
open-ended question that I want both of you to answer, but what does the future hold? So I want to get maybe, I don't know about controversial, but the captive reptile trade has had a lot of turmoil recently. I don't think it was all necessarily bad. I think some of it was very good, but the market is going down. A lot of these longtime breeders are facing newfound criticism, can't sell on the most noted platform. And I'm not a breeder, so I don't know the market trends. Both of you are. So what do you guys think that the future holds for dwarf and super dwarfs? Because we're at a crossroads right now. I think that's not a controversial statement at all.
No, not at all. For me, I think in terms of just husbandry, it's just making sure that we're keeping these animals appropriately and giving them a good life. But in terms of the market, I mean, I see just with how many people have gotten into it, prices going down, which I don't necessarily see as a bad thing. I don't either. We want small retics in homes where they're taken care of, and not everyone who wants to keep a tiny retic can spend that 10 grand on a Karumpa, or the $4,000 it takes to get a pure island locality. So I see prices going down but stabilizing somewhere in the middle, maybe. Lucas?
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of that. I think that I think for me it's disappointing to see how quickly the super dwarf market is turning into the mainland market with the gene stacking and a bunch of people getting animals, and the people that invested 2 years ago in a 50% Annery Motley for $2,000, now you can't sell a 50% super dwarf Annery Motley for $600. So for people who invested a lot of money a couple years ago during the COVID times, they're going to be really pissed off and disappointed with where the market's going because of either A, overproduction, or B, not overproduction by having too many people doing it, but by big people overproducing and then animals being stagnant to where we are forced to drop prices to sell animals. I want super dwarfs to be affordable. I want people to still be able to buy a retic if that's what you want in a smaller package. My caveat is that I never think that a retic should be tremendously affordable, regardless if it's tiny, because a retic is still a retic. So, and that's where we're just getting into with the super dwarf market. I'm starting to see us not learn from the morph craze in the 2010s from the mainlands, and we're doing it all over again, and it could hurt us. What I would like to see from the future is more niche breeders with smaller collections and better husbandry and larger enclosures and naturalistic setups. And I would love to see buyers reflect caring about buying from those people, and not just trying to get the best bang for your buck, because at some point you're going to be able to buy a 50% super dwarf for $200. And that part is happening soon. So yeah, that's where I kind of see the market going. I do see a little bit of a crash with, hopefully when the economy gets better, a little rise. We're going to see newer morphs taken into super dwarfs that are going to be expensive and then level out. But I would like to see retics price at a responsible price, that we're not encouraging the parent to say, oh, well, it's a super dwarf retic, let me get one for my son. But you still have a food responsive animal that you are working with. And so I want to see them affordable for everybody. Like, people ask me, like with the Ocelot project and me wanting to work it into super dwarf, like I don't want a super dwarf Ocelot to be $30,000, because I want everyone to have an Ocelot in a manageable size retic. Like, that would be amazing. But at the same time, I don't want retics, even if they're pure super dwarfs or as tiny as can be, to be cheap. because again, that cheap means easier access. Easier access means more irresponsible people keeping them, and that's not a good thing.
So, question for you then, Lucas. In your mind, what would be kind of an acceptable price point for really any reticulated python? What do you think the bare minimum should be just to have that kind of barrier to entry?
That's
I mean, I would
question.
love to see if mainland retic started at $750 to $1,000. Like, I would
agree.
love if a mainland retic was that price because of how big they get.
Yeah,
but I would love to.
$1,000, just so you know.
Like, I'm selling a clutch and I'm consigning. Right. Just so that there's the consideration. Oh, that's kind of a lot of money. Let me reconsider if I really want to get this retic. And then you're going to maybe do more research and that kind of stuff. But it's scary when you start to see retics fall below the $300 mark.
Yeah, one thing we've always preached here is no impulse buying of retics, and I think that price point is a great way to stop some of that impulse buying.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You guys have done very well with that,
Glenn?
trying to show a responsible way to do it. Because, like Nathan, with your back, you can't be messing around with a 15-foot retic that's food aggressive.
No, I mean, my 25-pound, maybe 28-pound, 75% Calatoa, 12.5 Jampea, when she has her bad days, she's not super easy to work with. But since she's that weight and that size, I can still do it without hurting myself. Now, if that animal's 40 pounds and fighting against me, I'd like to say I've done enough work in my health to be able to manage that now. But, if my back gives out on me again, I don't want to have an animal that I can't work with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I think the future is bright. I think that it'll stay bright if we as breeders continue to be responsible. And that's a big ask, but I think we all need to look at ourselves in the mirror and really make the best decisions for where our animals end up. Excuse me.
You okay there? You were just getting so emotional about it. It's okay. Real men cry, Lucas.
Yeah. You guys ever get so emotional that you cough? All right, next slide. What do we got?
So we got beautiful Glenn over here.
That's my puppy. I'm very
okay.
That was before he was broken. That's all I have for you.
Sorry, your puppy's broken.
He broke his leg after that photo was taken.
How did he break his leg?
He was at doggy daycare and then started jumping up and down repeatedly and then broke his growth plate. Tibial crest avulsion, if anyone cares.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
geez.
everyone, follow Glenn, whether it's on Facebook or over on Instagram. Just a wealth of knowledge, as you guys have all heard. We will be compiling these into one long episode, so you have one place you can go sit down and listen to all this information. Yeah. But Glenn, anything else for us today?
Thank you again for having me on. It was very enjoyable.
Yeah, no, this is, like I've said in previous episodes, this is one of my favorite segments we've ever done, so I appreciate all the work you've put in.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll definitely have you on in future episodes. Like you mentioned before, the tiger locality talk, we'll have you on before, but yeah, I agree with Nathan that this has been by far the most enjoyable. I've learned a tremendous amount over the last 3 episodes.
Yeah. And this stuff is more my wheelhouse than the experience. So I always want to make that very clear that I'm not someone with decades upon decades of working with animals. That's not what I know. I can offer something else, but for
your
experience
is research, and that's fine.
Yeah. So that's why I always want to fall back on you guys who have the years of experience. So it's different. Not bad, not worse, just different.